Hey guys, tonight we're slipping quietly into the smoky, straw-littered world of the medieval inn. You arrive muddy, sore, and possibly lice-bitten from a week's journey along a wagon-rutted path that hasn't seen maintenance since the Normans showed up. The wind has a knife's edge, and your cloak, if you have one, is soaked through. There's a flickering lantern over a crooked wooden door. A badly painted sign swings overhead, creaking like it's sighing for your arrival. And inside, heat, food, strangers, possibly a fight in progress. Welcome. You're here to rest? Maybe survive? Less guaranteed. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment with your location and local time. I'd love to know where you're listening from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You push open the inn door and are met by two things: warmth and a wave of smell that hits like a medieval wall tapestry soaked in ale, smoke, and old onions. The hearth blazes, dogs bark, someone coughs violently, and no one really looks up. You've just entered the social nexus of every town big enough to name. The innkeeper squints at you with the tired suspicion of someone who's seen too many broken promises and unpaid tabs. His apron is stained with what may once have been lamb stew, or possibly blood. You nod. He grunts. That's the check-in process. Now pause. The medieval inn is not a hotel. It's not even a reliable shelter. It's part tavern, part crash pad, part gossip exchange, and sometimes, depending on the region and time of year, part brothel. Inns operated in legal gray zones. Officially, many weren't even supposed to host strangers, just traveling merchants and church-approved pilgrims. But coin, or a good story, talks, you hang your damp outerwear by the door. It will stay damp forever. The fire, roaring as it is, doesn't reach the walls. You're already mentally preparing for a night of stiff joints and dubious company. The common room is a maze of benches, crude stools, and one table that looks like it came from a Viking raid. There's a fireplace, sure, but it's smoking more inward than outward tonight. A pot hangs above it, bubbling in a way that says, "This stew has seen things." Your boots squelch. The floor is strewn with straw, not for decor, but to soak up spillage, spit, and whatever else trickles from the boots of your fellow travelers. You pass a sleeping farmer with one shoe and a smile on his face. He'll regret that tomorrow, assuming he wakes up with both kidneys. And yet, despite the questionable cleanliness, there's something comforting here. The murmur of low conversation, the clink of wooden mugs, and the occasional burst of laughter. It draws you in. It's a kind of medieval warmth, gritty, lived in, human. You're lucky this inn even exists. In early medieval Europe, especially before the 13th century, most travelers slept in barns or begged a corner at a monastery. True inns didn't flourish until the rise of merchant guilds and trade routes. Even then, they were scattered and unregulated. Historians still argue whether many of these inns were truly private businesses or quasi-public institutions tied to local lords. In some towns, the innkeeper had to report any unfamiliar guest to the reeve, just in case they were, planning a quiet little peasant uprising. Someone nudges you, politely, with only slight ale sloshing, offering a place near the fire. You take it. The bench creaks ominously, but holds. From here, you can survey the room like a medieval detective. Two monks whispering over parchment, a woman sharpening a knife with alarming precision, and three children pretending to be pirates using dry breadsticks as swords. You warm your hands. Finally, the heat seeps through your stiff fingers. A dog rests its head on your foot. It could be a friendly gesture, or it could be guarding a rat hole. Hard to say. It's in this moment, half dreaming from road fatigue and the hypnotic crackle of logs, that you realize something strange. You are, weirdly, at peace, despite the mud, the noise, the smells. There's comfort here. Inns weren't just stopovers. They were memory factories. Alliances formed, betrayals planned, songs born. A century from now, this place might be a ruin. But tonight, you're part of it. And just when you start to drift, someone slams the door. A gust of cold air. A man enters, soaked, grim, and holding something wrapped in cloth. He looks around, doesn't speak, sits alone. Welcome to the inn, friend. Now the night really begins. The fire sputters as someone tosses in a log that's still a bit too green. It hisses like a boiled snake. And for a moment, the hearth throws shadows across the room that make everyone look mildly haunted. You sit still, cradling a warm mug. Though mug might be generous, it's more like a vaguely cup-shaped wooden object, leaking just a little at the seams. You bring it to your nose. The scent is sharp and sour, probably ale, or something adjacent to it. There's a hint of rosemary. That could be on purpose, or maybe it just fell in. The sounds of the inn begin to filter into your ears like fog. Layers of murmurs, snorts, the occasional hiccup. Someone nearby is humming a lullaby they probably haven't heard since their mother rocked them beside a different fire. Another is trying to teach a dog to beg for bacon, though the dog seems far more interested in licking its own foot. And under it all, a quiet rhythm of life. The clunk of wooden shoes on floorboards, the soft rustle of straw shifting as someone settles down. A spoon stirring something unidentifiable in a pot that's probably been cooking for 3 straight days. Your ears adjust. You begin to hear the real music of the inn. A man snores like a saw being dragged through wet oak. A woman laughs, a sharp bark that ends in a gasp, like she surprised even herself. Behind you, 2 men begin an argument about whose turn it is to feed the mule. And one of them definitely doesn't have a mule. The inn smells of fire smoke, sweat, and something nutty, possibly roasted barley. It's not unpleasant, just thick. There's a faint sweetness too, which turns out to be from a pear that someone's left on the windowsill, probably as a bribe to the local spirits. A child sneezes loudly. No one says, "Bless you." That's just life here. You shift slightly and hear the unmistakable crunch of a chicken bone beneath your foot. Congratulations. You've discovered last night's dinner, or someone's midnight snack. Remember, this is a working inn. The kitchen doesn't close. There's no receptionist. There's definitely no menu. Meals come in pots, served whenever they're ready, and finished whenever people stop eating. In the corner, a woman in a fraying linen coif is stirring a massive cauldron. She adds a pinch of something green from a pouch, stirs, tastes, frowns, and adds a dash of salt scraped from a horn. She's not the cook. She's just someone who felt like improving things. That's the beauty of inns. They're communal, chaotic, and weirdly democratic. Everyone contributes, intentionally or otherwise. Near the fire, an old man coughs dramatically and begins reciting a half-remembered epic about a knight who once wooed a goose. You don't ask questions. This is his stage now. And then there's the sound no one talks about but everyone hears. The slow, ominous drip of something leaking from the rafters. Could be rain. Could be ale spilled upstairs. Could be worse. You move slightly to the left. Let's talk about the acoustics. Inns were often low-ceilinged, timber-framed buildings, built more for trapping heat than for comfort. That means every creak, whisper, and groan of the place echoes. Someone farts 3 benches over, and you feel it in your soul. Above you, the floorboards creak as someone upstairs walks. No, staggers. To bed, you hope they're heading for a mattress and not the open window. Falls were common, fatal ones too. Medieval inns didn't believe in safety rails. Historians still argue whether the central hearth was more for warmth or social cohesion. Did people gather around it to share stories, or just to avoid frostbite? The answer, as always, yes. You realize your ale is lukewarm now. You drink it anyway. It's mildly sour, but surprisingly smooth. That rosemary? Definitely intentional. You're impressed. For a moment, you consider complimenting the innkeeper. But the innkeeper is busy whispering sternly to a boy with soot on his cheeks and a squirrel in his shirt. You decide to let him handle that first. One traveler begins tuning a stringed instrument with 3 too many strings and 2 too few pegs. It's a lute, or maybe a lyre. Or perhaps it's just a broken fence someone repurposed. The sound it makes is tragic and charming in equal measure. This inn isn't just a place to sleep. It's a memory trap. The smells, the sounds, the laughter, the barking dogs, and bad music. They settle into your clothes and your brain. At some point, someone begins humming a Gregorian chant. Just a little off-key, but soothing nonetheless. Another person joins in, harmonizing imperfectly. A third adds a percussion element by drumming on the table with a spoon. You're oddly moved. Of course, this doesn't last. A fight breaks out over who gets the last ladle of stew. It ends quickly, just a bit of yelling and one gentle slap. They resolve it with a game of knucklebones. The loser does dishes. You lean back. The inn sighs around you. Wind presses at the windows. Outside, the night deepens. Inside, the noise fades a bit as people begin to settle, fed and full of stories. You're still awake, still observing, still marveling at how this mess of noise and smell feels almost safe. You exhale. You're here. You're part of it. You may not sleep well tonight, but you'll sleep in history. You decide it's time to find where you'll be sleeping. Or at least, lying very still and pretending not to notice the snoring, scratching, and unpredictable sounds of digestive unrest. There's no front desk to hand you a key. Instead, you get a vague nod from the innkeeper and a point toward a narrow staircase, or a ladder, depending on how ambitious this building is feeling tonight. You duck beneath a low beam, mindful of the soot-stained ceiling, and begin your slow ascent to the sleeping loft. Welcome to medieval accommodations, the communal bedchamber, if you're lucky. There's straw on the floor, maybe even a raised wooden platform with thin pallets lined up like overworked monks at prayer. If you're really lucky, one of those pallets is empty, doesn't creak ominously, and doesn't have a visible dent where someone particularly sweaty just got up. You claim your spot with the ancient tradition of laying something personal on it. Your cloak, your sack, your shoe. Doesn't matter what. If it smells like you, it's yours. Let's be clear. Private rooms exist, but only for wealthy merchants, noble couriers, or clergy traveling with letters of indulgence. You, dear traveler, are in the hay gallery. This is sleeping, medieval style. You curl up fully clothed because the sheets, if present, haven't been washed since the feast of St. Mildred. Your boots within reach, or beneath your head, and your coin pouch stuffed down your tunic, just in case your charming neighbor turns out to be light-fingered. The space is filled with human noises. Snoring is the baseline. People also talk in their sleep. Someone hums. Someone mumbles the Our Father backward, which you try not to overthink. One man, inexplicably, keeps whispering "my cabbages" every few minutes. And that's just the auditory landscape. The scentscape is its own tapestry. Unwashed feet, wool, mildew, wood smoke, ale breath, and something vaguely cabbage adjacent. Medieval hygiene wasn't non-existent, but it definitely wasn't nightly bath and eucalyptus salts consistent. Some inns provided nightshirts, communal ones. You politely decline. There's a curtain dividing the space into quarters, but it's more symbolic than functional. It doesn't stop sound. It doesn't stop smell. It mostly just flutters when someone sneezes violently nearby. You adjust your position. The hay pokes. Always. Even through your cloak. One piece, in particular, seems determined to tickle your kidney all night. And then the bedmate mystery begins. You didn't rent this mattress. You're just borrowing a corner of it, which means someone else probably thinks it's theirs. At some point during the night, a body will roll your way. They might mutter. They might cuddle. They might be wearing chainmail. It's a gamble. Co-sleeping was the norm. Entire families slept in one bed, even when traveling. Sometimes, strangers paired up purely for warmth. That's not romantic. It's survival. Historians still debate whether inn sleeping arrangements were truly first come, first served, or more hierarchical, with wealthier patrons getting the corners and everyone else squeezing into the middle. Either way, you're in the middle tonight. The rafters above creak. That's either the wind, a squirrel, or a roof rat auditioning for the lead in Les Miserables. You close your eyes and hope for the squirrel. You try to sleep. You fail. Someone coughs. Someone giggles. A very old man stands up and begins saying grace out loud before lying back down like nothing happened. You blink into the dark, wondering if you dreamt that. Someone's foot touches yours. It's cold. It stays there. You pretend it's a dog. It's not. Every time you drift off, something wakes you. A sneeze. A whimper. A crash from downstairs. A whisper of wind through an unlatched shutter. At one point, you're pretty sure you hear chickens. And not distant chickens. Close ones. You sit up. A small hen has joined the hay pile, nested comfortably beside a sack of turnips. She looks at you like you're the intruder. You nod respectfully and lie back down. Eventually, you enter that foggy pre-dream state where your thoughts don't make sense but feel deeply important. You imagine you're sailing on a soup bowl through the sky. You hear the Our Father guy start again. You dream of bread. A few hours pass like this, interrupted, uncomfortable, and somehow, in its own strange way, memorable. You think about how many people live their whole lives sleeping this way, half awake, half listening, constantly aware of the body beside them. There's something raw and human about it, less individual, more communal, maybe even a little comforting, if you don't think too hard about the lice. Lice, by the way, were a fact of life. People combed them out daily, cracked them between their fingernails, and occasionally hired professional nitpickers. Inns were havens for these critters. That scratching sound across the room. Probably someone having a midnight delousing. The hay shifts again. A large man sighs in his sleep and turns over with the weight of a bear. Your straw creaks. His elbow finds your ribs. You consider retaliating by snoring directly into his ear. Instead, you breathe in. Wood smoke, wool, something earthy. This is the medieval version of a white noise machine. It's not perfect, but somehow, despite it all, you begin to relax. Your eyes close. The mattress groans. The chicken settles down. Sleep, finally, begins to seep in like the warmth of that fire you sat by earlier. Slow, imperfect, but real. You wake to the unmistakable sensation of something moist nudging your ear. Please, let it be the chicken. You roll over groggily and are met with the heavy breathing of your temporary bedmate, a bearded man who smells like onions in disappointment. He grunts and rolls away, taking most of the blanket with him. You blink in the dim light. Dawn hasn't arrived yet. The air is cold. Your toes are colder. But you're up now. And you're hungry. Downstairs, the inn is still dimly lit by the dying embers of last night's fire. A woman is already stirring the big pot over the hearth. She's humming something that sounds vaguely like a funeral dirge, but could just be her stew song. You make your way down carefully, the stairs creaking ominously beneath you. At least 2 steps are missing. You step over them like a local. Time for breakfast. Technically, but don't expect anything photogenic. The table is set. If set means has bowls, you're handed one. No questions asked. Inside, a ladle full of grayish stew, 1 small crust of bread, and something floating that might be a mushroom. You poke it. It wiggles. The bread is hard enough to knock on. You do, out of curiosity. It sounds hollow, like a medieval secret waiting to be cracked. A boy passes you a spoon. It's warm. You try not to ask why. You take your first bite. It's hot. That's good. The flavor is hard to place. There's definitely turnip, possibly dried fish, a ghost of cabbage, lingering like a guilty memory, and salt. If the salt barrel was used this week, meat, it's possible. Could be beef, could be hare, could be other. You eat anyway. Hunger dulls suspicion. Meals at inns were rarely lavish. The goal was to fill your stomach, not impress your palate. Food historians believe that most inn stew pots were never fully emptied, just added to, day after day, with new ingredients and hope. It was less a dish, more a timeline. Today's flavor? Tuesday, with hints of last Friday. There's ale, of course. Not strong, not cold, not particularly clean, but drinkable. People didn't trust water. For good reason. Streams near villages often doubled as laundry spots, waste dumps, and sometimes bathing areas. Ale at least had the benefit of being boiled once. A man sits down across from you and tears into his bread like it owes him money. He nods. You nod back? That's the standard greeting here. Bread solidarity. Another traveler asks the cook if there's cheese. She laughs, loudly. The kind of laugh that means you'll be lucky if there's cheese next month. You smile into your stew. But occasionally, inns did serve fancier fare, especially in towns along major trade routes. You might find dried fruits, nuts, smoked eels, or a little honey if the beekeeper was in a good mood. Not here, though. This inn is pure subsistence. You glance around. Others are eating in silence, too tired or cold to talk. A few people chew slowly, staring at the fire. One man is trying to revive his bread by dipping it repeatedly into his ale. It's not working. The cook leans over to tend the stew, revealing an entire pouch of dried herbs tucked into her belt. Mint, fennel, sage. These women knew how to mask bad meat. Culinary survival. Historians still argue whether innkeepers were mostly male or female. Some records suggest women ran many of these places, especially in small towns. Others think the innkeeper's wife was the real boss, while her husband mainly dealt with drunken patrons and collected coins with theatrical sighs. You finish your stew. Your spoon scrapes the bottom. There's a small, shiny object down there, an old button. You set it aside and consider it a bonus. People start filing in. Late risers. Someone just off the road. A man with a parrot. You don't ask. You notice something curious. Many guests bring their own food. Cheese wrapped in cloth. Dried sausage. Apples that have seen better days. Inns often allowed this. The cook might even heat it up for you, for a small fee, or in exchange for gossip. Yes, gossip is currency here. Who was arrested for poaching? Which night passed through last week? Did the miller's third son finally propose? These scraps of information were as nourishing as bread. You overhear a conversation about the king's new tax on candles. One man is outraged. Another is just confused. What's next? He mutters. A levy on shadows. Someone drops a bowl. It breaks. No one flinches. A dog immediately starts licking the stew off the floor. Efficiency. Back in the kitchen corner, the cook's daughter is peeling turnips. She doesn't look at you, but she sings a little louder when she notices you watching. You smile politely. She smirks, the medieval version of flirting. A fly buzzes past. It lands on a jug, then on the windowsill. You stare at it, wondering what ancient diseases it carries. Probably all of them. Despite the questionable menu, the food does its job. Your stomach is full. You're warmish. You're alive. And you realize, in a world without Michelin stars or celebrity chefs, meals like this were miracles. Hot, sustaining, shared. Meals that brought people together, whether they liked it or not. You stretch your back. Your joints crack. You sip the last of your ale. It's turned slightly sour. Perfect. Outside. The sky begins to lighten. The rooster crows. Somewhere. Someone groans in pain. Another day at the inn has begun. You stay seated long enough for the ale to start whispering nap suggestions to your brain. But then the room changes. More people stumble in. The cook sharpens her ladle on the hearthstone. The energy shifts from sleepy to social, and suddenly the inn becomes something else entirely. It's time for ale, gossip, and low-stakes gambling. A tall man with an impressively curled mustache begins setting up a dice game on one of the wobblier tables. He smacks the wood until the legs give up trying to collapse and lays out 6 hand-carved bones, each inked with runes you suspect aren't exactly standard. Around him, 2 traders argue over the price of goose feathers in Bruges. A tired seamstress dozes with her eyes open, and a thin man in a red hood is showing off a squirrel that, according to him, can count to 3. The squirrel is not participating at this time. Your bench creaks as you lean in to listen. One man claims to have seen the king's cousin riding through the next town, disguised as a monk. Another swears he found a coin minted with a lion on both sides. It roars twice as loud. He says with a grin. Everyone laughs, and someone throws him a crust of bread in tribute. Gossip in the medieval inn is less about truth and more about momentum. The more outrageous the tale, the better it lands. You could claim you saw a dragon last week, and people might nod politely, provided your delivery is confident and your ale round generous. Someone pulls out a deck of cards, not like the ones you know. These are thick, hand-painted, and smell faintly of old goat. They were likely copied from memory by someone who saw a real deck once and then tried to recreate it during a thunderstorm. The players squabble over rules that no one can fully agree on. One insists that the queen outranks the devil card. Another says the devil isn't even in this version. You stay out of it, sipping slowly, enjoying the background theater. Then comes the bard. Every inn has one. Not necessarily good, but certainly present. This one's young, enthusiastic, and has a lute that's missing a string and a few tuning pegs. He strums something that may have once been a love song, but now sounds like a sheep lament. Still, the crowd humors him. He sings a tale of a girl who married a knight, then a dragon, then a blacksmith, and finally retired to a cabbage farm. The rhymes don't quite land, but the chorus is catchy. You find yourself tapping your foot. It's either that or scratch the growing bite on your ankle, courtesy of something that definitely wasn't invited into your sock. Across the room, an impromptu dice match heats up. The players slap coins onto the table, a mix of silver, copper, and something one man swears is blessed by a saint. The stakes? A loaf of bread, half a candle, and the last pickled onion in the jar. The dice clatter. One player howls. He's won. Everyone groans. Bread is shared anyway. You turn your attention to the fire. 2 women are roasting something skewered on a dagger. It might be rabbit, or pigeon, or the result of a chicken-related accident. One of them pours salt over it slowly, ceremonially, like a priest blessing a particularly crispy offering. Meanwhile, a group in the corner plays a game involving pebbles, riddles, and occasional shrieking. You don't understand the rules. And neither, it seems, do they. Historians still argue whether these types of in-games had formal origins or were entirely local inventions. Some resemble early forms of poker. Others feel more like mild punishments that became traditions. The line is blurry. But one thing is clear. People here crave stories, noise, and distraction. Life outside the inn is hard, quiet, and cold. In here, there's music, even if it's off-key. There's laughter, even if it's born from shared exhaustion. There's community, even if it smells like turnips and wet wool. A man passes you a chunk of salted pork. You take it with a nod. It's hard, a bit chewy, but surprisingly tasty. He says nothing, just lifts his mug. You clink yours in return. That's how friendships form here. Across the table, someone tries to balance a spoon on their nose. It doesn't work. They try again. The table cheers when it finally stays for 3 seconds. You laugh. Not a big one. Just enough. It hits you. This is joy. Medieval style. Not glamorous. Not sanitized. But real. Shared bread. Ridiculous bets. Bad music. And people who've all smelled the same damp dog at some point this week. This is the soul of the inn. Not just shelter from wind and wolves, but shelter from silence, from loneliness, from the monotony of travel and toil. You think about how many centuries of laughter these walls have absorbed. How many secrets were whispered beside this fire? How many songs, dice rolls, and spilled drinks have sunk into these straw-covered floorboards? And then someone loudly announces a riddle contest. You pretend to stretch, but silently retreat. You've seen where riddle contests go. Last week in another village, it ended with a priest challenging a pig. The pig won. You return to your bench and sip the last of your ale. It's gone warm again. Still comforting. The bard strikes up a new tune. This one's a little slower, and people begin to hum along. A few sway in their seats. A child leans on her mother's shoulder, eyes fluttering shut. The inn glows softly now, lit more by people than fire. The noise dims to a gentle hum, and you, warm and drowsy, let yourself sink into it. Just as you begin to melt into your bench, lulled by off-key lute music and the low murmur of sleepy dice players, the door creaks open with a groan that sounds more like a complaint than a welcome. In walks a boy no older than 12, cheeks smudged with soot, hair stuck up like a haystack struck by lightning. He's damp, barefoot, and holding a horseshoe like it's a weapon. You've just met the stable boy. He spots you instantly. He always spots the fresh faces and gives you a nod that's part curiosity, part appraisal. Not of you, necessarily, but of what you might drop, misplace, or leave unattended. He's calculating. He darts toward the hearth without asking, holding out his hands to warm up. The innkeeper doesn't stop him. That's part of the unspoken deal. He works here, or near here, or tangentially connected to here, and in exchange, he gets warmth and whatever food he can hustle. Let's be honest. Stable boys are the inn's true operators. They run the errands, clean the stalls, fetch the firewood, occasionally stir the stew, and always know which guests are hiding what under their cloaks. You glance outside through the greasy window pane. The stables are dim shapes beyond the firelight. Somewhere in the darkness are horses, mules, oxen, and probably a goat or two with opinions. Those stables are the boy's kingdom, and his office, and, occasionally, his bedroom. He snatches a crust of bread from an unattended bowl and chews like it owes him something. Then he disappears out the back door, muttering something about a missing saddle strap and a knight who's going to be furious in the morning. Historians often overlook the role of stable boys, but inns depended on them. Horses were the lifeblood of travel. If your horse went lame, your journey ended, And who kept those horses fed, brushed, unstolen, and roughly pointed in the right direction? Exactly. And yet, many of these boys weren't paid in coin. They were paid in leftovers, shelter from the rain, and knowledge, because knowledge was currency. And this boy, he trades in secrets. You hear the back door open again. He's returned, now carrying a suspiciously clean cloak. Not his, not yours, possibly the bard's. He heads upstairs like he belongs there, and in a way, he does. The stable boy is also the inn's unofficial courier, matchmaker, message smuggler, spy, and occasionally bed warmer, especially in winter, especially for coin. It's an open secret. Everyone knows. No one talks about it. That's just the medieval economy. He passes by your table again, drops a small bundle at the feet of a traveler snoring loudly, and continues on without looking back. The traveler jolts awake, checks the bundle, smiles, and promptly goes back to snoring. You sip your ale and watch him go. He pauses at the bard's side, whispers something into his ear, and earns a chuckle and a copper coin. That coin disappears into his boot before it even hits his palm. Somewhere behind you, someone groans about a missing satchel. The stable boy does not respond. What he lacks in charm, he makes up for in usefulness. Need herbs from the apothecary? He's your courier. Need a message delivered to the girl who runs the loom 3 houses down? He's your poet. Want to know if the merchant 2 benches over is carrying saffron or just pretending? Ask him. Gently. There's a reason no one messes with him. He knows everything. Some innkeepers hire these boys outright. Others simply let them linger, pick up odd jobs, and hope they don't steal the butter. The arrangement is flexible. Like the boy. He's returned again, this time with firewood balanced on one shoulder and a toothy grin. He dumps it by the hearth, pockets a coin from the floor that may or may not have been dropped, and vanishes again. There's a brief commotion outside. A horse neighs in protest. A goat bleats. The boy returns a moment later, shaking straw from his tunic and announcing, "All beasts accounted for. One's angry about the rain." No one questions him. Historians still debate how many of these boys went on to become innkeepers themselves. Some did. Others became messengers, squires, or, occasionally, outlaws. But all of them knew how the world worked before they were old enough to shave. You catch his eye as he walks past again. He gives you a nod. It says, "You'll sleep better if you tuck your boots under your blanket tonight." Good advice. Then he's gone again, vanishing through the rear door like smoke. And you're left in the glow of the fire, a little more alert than before. Because now you know, this inn, this messy, smoky, lopsided slice of medieval life, runs on more than stew and ale. It runs on people. On odd jobs and quiet bribes. On bread crusts and whispered deals. On boys with soot on their cheeks and too many secrets behind their eyes. You raise your mug in his honor. No one sees. That's fine. He probably knew you'd do it anyway. You shouldn't have drunk that much ale. It hits you all at once, just as you're leaning back into your bench. Eyelids heavy, the mug warm in your hand, and a stray ember glowing hypnotically in the hearth. Your body gives you a nudge. Time to visit the medieval bathroom. But therein lies the problem. You stand up slowly, trying not to groan aloud. Your legs are stiff. Your knees creak like old door hinges. and one foot appears to have fallen asleep. You stamp it a few times. The chicken under the table glares at you. Now, where exactly is the bathroom? Answer: it depends on how brave you are. Most inns didn't have what you'd call restrooms, if you're lucky. There's a privy somewhere out back, a small wooden shack over a pit, complete with a splintery bench, questionable holes, and a breeze that comes in sideways. More often, though, especially on cold or rainy nights, guests opt for the less dignified but much warmer option, the chamber pot. You ask the innkeeper's daughter where it is. She raises a finger, points to a corner behind a curtain, and returns to drying mugs. No explanation, no sympathy. You walk toward it like approaching a wild animal. There, on the floor, behind a sagging fabric divider, sits the chamber pot, a wide earthenware bowl with a cracked rim and a distinct smell that haunts your ancestors. Someone's already used it. Recently. And generously. You hesitate. The alternatives? Go outside into the freezing mud. Try to find the outdoor privy in the dark and risk stepping in something. Hold it and let your bladder wake you up in an hour. Embrace the historical experience and aim carefully. You choose option 3. You avert your eyes. You pretend you're somewhere else. You whisper an apology to the future archaeologists who might someday dig this pot up. Afterward, you return to your bench, wiser, colder, and slightly ashamed. The pot remains behind the curtain, awaiting its next customer. That's the thing about medieval travel. It wasn't made for modesty. Bodily functions were communal business. In larger inns, the upstairs chamber might offer a wooden bench with holes and a chute that led outside, sometimes into a river, sometimes just out, onto the street, onto someone's roof. One 14th century complaint letter from a city dweller in Paris describes how guests at a nearby inn would relieve themselves directly out the upper window. The smell, he writes, descends like a sermon. But here, in your modest village inn, it's the chamber pot or nothing. Historians still argue whether these pots were cleaned nightly or just emptied into a larger cesspit. You suspect nightly is optimistic. Eventually feels more accurate. You settle back into your seat. The fire crackles. A new guest walks in, shakes off the rain, and deposits a dripping sack in the corner. You eye it suspiciously. It doesn't move. Good sign. Your stomach rumbles again. Not from hunger this time. From doubt. Because the stew? The stew is having opinions. It starts as a light gurgle, then a twist. You shift in your seat. Is it serious? Is it bluffing? You don't know. This is now a game of intestinal poker. You weigh your options. Go upstairs and try to sleep through it. Go outside and pray. Ask the cook if she has anything soothing, like boiled mint or raw chalk. You choose to breathe deeply and hope for mercy. In the corner, a merchant is pulling off his boots. One has a hole. The smell that follows is biblical. Even the bard pauses mid-song. Someone opens a window. A cold breeze rushes in, and everyone silently agrees it's worth it. This is the reality of the medieval inn. There are no scented candles, no perfumed towels, no complimentary soaps wrapped in paper like tiny gifts from the hygiene gods. There are chamber pots and drafty windows and judgmental chickens. Still, There's something oddly comforting about it. This is the kind of place where nothing is hidden. Everyone eats, drinks, sleeps, snores, and stumbles their way through the night. There's a rawness to it, an honesty. Even in discomfort, you feel connected, like you're part of something much bigger, much older, and undeniably human. Someone knocks over the chamber pot. Everyone in the room freezes. The noise is unmistakable. A dull, sloshing thud, then silence. The innkeeper sighs, gets up slowly, grabs a mop fashioned from old rags tied to a stick, and trudges over. No one makes eye contact. It's a quiet ceremony of shame. A dog tries to investigate. The innkeeper shoos it away with a practiced foot nudge. You whisper a silent vow to keep your boots on tonight, just in case. After the spill is dealt with, things settle again. The fire hisses gently. Someone starts snoring at the table. A child cries out briefly in sleep, then goes quiet. You wrap your cloak tighter around your shoulders. Your belly is still making questionable decisions, but you sense the worst has passed, or will pass, eventually. You close your eyes for a moment and smile, despite it all. Because yes, the food might be suspicious. The air might smell like socks and cheese, and the plumbing is medieval in every sense. But here you are, alive, present, full of stew and ale and stories. You've used a chamber pot. You've survived it. Congratulations. Traveler, you're doing great. You doze for a while, just long enough to forget where you are, and then jerk awake to the sound of a lute string snapping mid-chord. The bard mutters something unprintable in Latin and begins trying to tie the string back together like it's a fishing line. Everyone ignores him. The inn has taken on a different energy now. Late night has arrived, and with it, the peculiar parade of travelers who prefer to walk under starlight, or who were chased out of somewhere else before they could finish their drink. The door creaks open again. 3 new figures shuffle in. The first is a woman in a heavy wool cloak, boots caked in mud, with a dagger tucked into her belt like a hairpin. She orders ale without making eye contact. The second is a bald man who carries no visible bag, but wears rings on every finger. He sits silently in a corner and pulls a parchment from inside his tunic. The third is a bard, another one. He glares at the first bard, who responds by dramatically strumming his broken lute like it's still whole. The tension is instant. Welcome to the late shift. These aren't your daytime farmers and sleepy merchants. These are the oddballs, the loners, the possibly just stole a horse types. They come to warm their bones, hear whispers, make quiet trades, or disappear behind curtains. And you're sitting right in the middle of it. Across from you, the woman with the dagger is now talking in low tones to the innkeeper's daughter. You catch words like letters, caravan, and, if he wakes up, deny everything. Their laughter doesn't make it better. 2 benches down, the bald man is muttering as he reads. He licks his finger to turn the page, but the page is vellum and doesn't want to turn. You wonder if he's a scribe or a spy. Maybe both. Maybe neither. He might just be very confused. The new bard begins tuning his instrument, a harp with fewer strings than fingers. He hums a scale. The first bard retaliates by playing a note so flat it makes the chickens stir. You brace yourself. There's going to be a bard off. Sure enough, it begins. They trade verses. each trying to outdo the other in wit, rhyme, and volume. One sings of love lost in a moor. The other counters with a tale of revenge over stolen sheep. It escalates. A drinking song, a ballad, a lullaby that includes suspiciously violent metaphors. A man asleep by the fire wakes briefly, mutters, "Again with the goats," and goes back to snoring. The innkeeper lets them continue. This is business, after all. A loud inn is a lively inn, and a lively inn buys more ale. Then comes a knock at the side door. Not the front door, the side one. The one that leads into the alley, where chamber pots are emptied and secrets are exchanged. The stable boy appears as if summoned. He answers the door with a small lantern. A whispered conversation. A pouch exchanged. The boy disappears into the shadows again. You catch only fragments. He won't know. Just until sunrise. No questions. The door closes. Everyone pretends not to notice. This is the part of the night when rules bend. When people take second mugs they didn't pay for. When the curtain behind the bar shifts and a different set of guests emerge. Those who nap in the daytime and conduct business when the rest of the village sleeps. You're not sure whether to feel nervous or intrigued. Maybe both. You spot a monk in the corner. Not one of the chatty friars from earlier. This one's quiet, face mostly hidden by his cowl. He sips something that might be wine or ink and watches everyone carefully. You wonder if he's genuinely holy, or just a man who discovered monks don't pay room fees. A merchant in fine robes mutters about getting across the pass before the first frost. He's talking to no one. Or maybe to the rat climbing up the table leg near him. Historians still debate how safe these nighttime inn hours really were. Some say inns were bastions of protection for travelers. Others argue that the worst trouble began after dark, when the fires burned low, the ale ran out, and the doors were no longer locked. You shift on your bench. Your back aches. Your eyes feel dry. But you don't want to sleep just yet. You're too drawn in by the rhythm of the place, the drama unfolding in slow, medieval time. The two bards reach a truce. They merge their songs into one absurdly long ballad about a noblewoman, 3 goats, a haunted bridge, and something called the Cheese Reckoning. It has 17 verses. Everyone claps politely at the end. The bald man rolls up his parchment and tucks it away. He stands, drops a coin on the table, and exits without a word. The coin spins for a moment. It doesn't quite land. It's still spinning when someone pockets it. You hear a soft scuffle upstairs, someone tumbling out of bed or possibly sleep fighting a phantom. Then silence. The inn is full now. Every bench taken, every mattress occupied. The fire has shrunk to glowing coals. Shadows stretch long across the floor. Someone places another log on the hearth, and the light flares briefly. You catch glimpses of the faces around you, weathered, worn, wary. Everyone has a reason for being here. You do too. And in this moment, as the inn exhales in unison, you feel it, that strange comfort of being among strangers in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but flickering firelight and the shared agreement to ignore each other's secrets. You lean back and let it all swirl around you. You're not sure what woke you. Maybe it was the soft rustle of the curtain near the hearth. Maybe it was the low, persistent scratching sound from somewhere in the dark. Or maybe it was that bizarre dream you were having, the one where you were a roasted turnip performing in a bardic competition. whatever it was. You're awake now, and something's off. The inn has quieted, but it hasn't gone silent. That's the trick. It never truly does. Even at its stillest, there's a backdrop of noises, the creaking of wood settling, the occasional mutter from someone talking in their sleep, the rhythmic shifting of straw as someone readjusts themselves for the 15th time. And then there are the other sounds. Scratch, scratch. Not loud, but persistent. Somewhere near the far wall, behind the curtain that divides the sleeping area from the kitchen storage. It could be a rat. It should be a rat. You hope it's a rat. A gentle breeze drifts through the room, even though the windows are closed. It carries with it the scent of boiled cabbage, tallow candles, and damp fur. You sit up slightly, listening harder. You hear tiny feet skittering, a soft, high-pitched squeak, then another scratch. You aren't the only one noticing. Across the room, someone swats the air in their sleep. A child pulls a blanket over their head. The dog growls once, half-heartedly, and goes back to sleep. The stable boy, curled up near the door, lets out a long sigh that ends in a whistle. You start to take stock of your sleeping arrangements. The blanket, still scratchy. The mattress, still hay. The stranger beside you, still breathing loudly through his mouth like he's trying to inhale the entire night. But now, there's something on your blanket. You freeze. It's small, light, moving. You peek down and catch a glimpse, a tiny shape darting toward the edge. A rat? No. Something smaller, something faster. A mouse, probably. It vanishes before you can decide whether to panic or pretend it didn't happen. Let's talk about medieval inn pests. They were not occasional guests. They were permanent residents. Mice, rats, lice, fleas, and even bedbugs. The medieval traveler got all 5 for the price of 1. And that's if they didn't bring some of their own along with them. Many inns spread hay across the floors to absorb mess and soften footsteps. But that same hay became a nesting paradise for vermin. Every crevice, curtain fold, or ceiling beam had potential for motion. You lie back down slowly, resigned. If the mice are polite and stay off your face, you'll call it a win. You pull the blanket up to your chin and notice a small tear at the edge, as if someone or something chewed through it. You make a mental note to sleep with your mouth closed. The curtain rustles again. That same threadbare piece of linen that separates the sleeping space from the rest of the inn. The one that's supposed to give some illusion of privacy, but mostly just waves dramatically when someone walks by. It stirs, even though no one is near it. You stare. The fabric flutters, just slightly. There's no breeze. And yet, you tell yourself it's just draft from the fireplace. But the fire is low now. A quiet glow of embers under a layer of ash. No flames, no movement. And the curtain stirs again. A man near the hearth coughs in his sleep and mumbles something that sounds like, "Not again." You're not sure whether to feel reassured or more concerned. You adjust your position, trying to ignore the fact that your blanket smells faintly of damp barley. Maybe it's the mattress. Maybe it's the stranger next to you. Whatever it is, it adds to the bouquet of medieval midnight. Stale ale, musty wool, smoldering peat smoke, and old cheese dreams. Historians still debate whether inns actively tried to control pests or merely accepted them as roommates. Records mention cats being kept, but more for companionship than rodent control. Some innkeepers spread herbs, lavender, mint, rosemary, to discourage insects. Others just hoped no one complained loud enough. A flea bites your ankle. You pretend not to feel it. That's your new strategy. Be less interesting than the person next to you. But honestly, fleas are democratic. Nobles and peasants alike spent time scratching behind their knees. Even royalty kept flea combs near their beds. You reach under your blanket and discreetly scratch. You try to look casual about it. You fail. A rooster crows in the distance. Not dawn yet. Just a bored rooster? Or maybe it's mocking you. And then, thump. A heavy sound upstairs? A boot dropping? A person rolling over? A ghost throwing a tantrum? You don't know. You don't check. You just lie there and try to convince yourself the hay is getting softer. You close your eyes. You hear another scratch. This one sounds like it's inside the wall. You think about how this building has been here longer than your entire family line. How many travelers have slept in this same spot, under this same ceiling, swatting the same line of mouse descendants off their cloaks? There's a strange comfort in it. Not the hygiene, of course. That's a tragedy. But the continuity, the fact that this inn, this creaky, smelly, weirdly cozy slice of human stubbornness, is still standing, still sheltering, still whispering the same bedtime noises. Centuries later, you turn onto your side. The floor creaks below you. The fire crackles once, like a polite applause. The scratching fades into the distance. Or maybe your brain just gives up trying to care. You exhale. You let the blanket settle over you like a slightly damp promise. You're still here. You're still breathing. And tomorrow, you'll wake up sore, itchy, and full of stories you'll never tell. But for now, you sleep. Probably. You wake not to the rooster, not to the dog, not to the distant clank of pots downstairs, but to an iron bell ringing somewhere outside, slow, steady, and hollow. It echoes across the rooftops and through the cracks in the wooden shutters. 1 toll, 2, 3. You lose count around 8, mostly because someone beside you sits up suddenly and smacks their forehead on a beam. They curse in what sounds like Flemish and immediately roll back down. That's the curfew bell, or, more precisely, the uncurfew bell. In medieval towns, curfew wasn't just a rule. It was a literal signal. When the sun dipped low, bells rang out across the city to mark the closing of gates, the dousing of fires, and the start of official night. The word curfew comes from the old French couvre-feu, cover the fire. That bell earlier in the evening, that meant stay inside, don't cause trouble, and definitely don't light anything that might burn down your neighbor's house. This morning bell, however, means the gates are opening. The town is waking. You're allowed to leave, if you want. If the night hasn't already worn you down too much. You groggily sit up, brush a bit of straw from your face, and stretch. Everything pops. Your neck, your knees, a part of your spine that may or may not be original. You check your boots. They're still under your blanket. Thank you, stable boy. You glance around. A few others are stirring. One woman is already braiding her hair. A man nearby is writing something into a little notebook, using a quill and the edge of a soup spoon. You don't ask. Someone shuffles past you on the way downstairs, carrying a chamber pot with a look of grim resignation. The curtain brushes your shoulder. It's still damp from something. You stand. You regret it immediately. Last night's stew is protesting. So is the ale. They're having a conversation in your stomach, and no one is winning. You consider returning to sleep, but it's too late. The inn is officially awake. Downstairs, the innkeeper is arguing with a man about a spilled drink that occurred 3 days ago. The man insists it wasn't his fault. The innkeeper insists he remembers exactly which elbow knocked over which mug. They eventually agree to disagree and split a hunk of bread instead. The fire has been stoked back to life, and the kitchen smells of oats and something smoky, possibly burnt oats. A good morning. Outside, through a small, greasy window, you can just make out the rising mist of a cold morning. A cart rumbles past. Someone calls out for their pig. Bells from the nearby chapel start ringing again, higher this time and much more optimistic. But inside the inn, you notice something peculiar. No one's rushing to leave. You'd think people would bolt at first light, head for markets, roads, fresh air. But instead, they linger. Some pour the dregs of yesterday's ale into clay cups. Others unwrap small cloth bundles, hard cheese, dried fruit, hunks of meat with more fat than meat. You sit back down and watch. The inn, it seems, has two lives. One after sunset, when it becomes a smoky carnival of chaos and secrets, and one in the morning, when it transforms into a kind of limping family kitchen. You chew on the bread someone hands you. Hard, chewy, vaguely nutty, possibly walnut, possibly just dirt. And as you chew, you hear someone mutter, "He never came back." The innkeeper glances up. Who? Red cloak. Rode in with the parrot. There's a pause. He left with a sack of oats and didn't return. The room goes still for a beat too long. Then someone snorts. Probably got offered a better bed down the road. Everyone nods. No one believes it. This, too, is the rhythm of the inn. People come. People go. Some return. Others vanish into forest paths, bandit trails, or just history. The door creaks. A traveler enters, soaked from early morning rain, clutching a letter wrapped in waxed cloth. He nods once, drops a coin into a bowl by the door, and disappears upstairs. No one questions it. There's a sense of containment now, like the inn is holding its breath. The fire crackles. A broom brushes straw aside, and the innkeeper's daughter passes you a small mug of something herbal. You don't ask what's in it. You drink. It tastes like mint, licorice root, and moss. It clears your sinuses and makes your eyes water. You nod in thanks. She nods back. Historians still debate whether inns were ever truly locked down at night. Town gates certainly were. Guards closed them with iron bolts and sometimes slept beside them. But inns? It depended. Some kept a watch by the door. Others had a back door, which the stable boy, of course, had a key to. In this inn, you realize there are two back doors. One for animals, one for secrets. Last night, one of those doors opened. You remember the hush, the figure at the side entrance, the quiet exchange. No one mentions it this morning. That's the final magic of the medieval inn, selective memory. The man who spilled ale on your sleeve last night now offers you half his bread. The woman who threatened to knife someone over stew is now braiding a child's hair. Even the bard, still asleep under a bench, mumbles a lullaby as if his own dream is trying to apologize. You lean back against the wooden beam, warm mug in hand, and watch the steam rise. The inn survived the night, so did you. And now, for a brief, quiet moment, all is well. You're halfway through your mug of steaming moss and something tea when you hear it. A whisper, just above the scrape of a stool. Two men hunched in the far corner, shoulders close, voices lower than the crackling fire. At first, you tune it out. Another early morning complaint about stiff backs and stale bread. You assume. But then a word catches your ear. Taxes. You glance sideways, without turning your head. It's the kind of movement any seasoned inn-goer learns. One man wears the robes of a clerk, ink stains at his fingertips, a small satchel at his side. The other? Simple travel clothes, but the kind that are just a little too clean. The kind that say, "I've got patrons who don't sleep in hay." Coin routes are tightening, the cleaner one mutters. New levies through the pass, 5 tolls in 6 miles. The clerk hisses through his teeth. And the king? A pause. Doesn't know, or pretends not to? Ah, politics over porridge, always a hearty breakfast. The inn, for all its smells and sounds and scrapes, also served as a nerve center, a pressure valve for the entire local ecosystem. People pass through inns not just to eat and sleep, but to talk. News traveled down roads, but it stuck to benches. You sip your tea slowly, the flavor's improving, or your tongue is going numb. Nearby, the innkeeper's daughter is fixing a lantern bracket on the wall. She whistles, off-key, but her ear is turned toward the 2 men, just like yours. It's subtle. It's professional. Because in a medieval inn, you learn quickly. Every conversation is public. Even if no one's looking at you, someone's always listening. The clerk speaks again. Did the reeve intercept the shipment? No, says the clean traveler, leaning in. It vanished before the town gates. Bandits? Or someone wearing badges? That phrase, someone wearing badges, draws a different kind of silence, even across the room. The fire seems to pause for dramatic effect. Badges meant officials. Officials meant the crown. But in many regions, badges also meant local lords with too much power and not enough oversight. Highwaymen with paperwork, essentially. You feel the weight of it in the room now. No one speaks of it openly, but every traveler here knows the risks. A coin in the wrong hand, a word said too loud, and suddenly your inn becomes a holding cell. One of the bards, finally awake, groggy, combing straw from his beard, tries to play a tune, but the atmosphere has changed. The notes fall flat. He gives up and begins chewing on a piece of wood he claims is cinnamon. It isn't. Historians still argue whether medieval inns acted as centers for rebellion, espionage, or just gossip. But records show that uprisings were often preceded by sudden spikes in unusual traffic at roadside inns. A cloaked stranger here, a clerk with a broken seal there. And in some cases, arrests followed. Across the inn, an elderly woman begins humming a song you don't recognize. Something slow, lilting, almost like a lullaby. It cuts the tension slightly, like honey dripped onto a blade. The 2 whispering men rise. They nod to the innkeeper. He nods back. too quickly. Then they vanish out the front door. No one comments, but the stable boy, perched on a beam near the rafters. How long has he been up there? Watches them go. His face unreadable, legs swinging silently above the tables. You finish your mug. There's a leaf at the bottom that looks suspiciously like beetroot. You don't question it. As the inn exhales again, resettling into its normal chaos, you reflect on something odd. How a place can be so open and so secretive at the same time. You've shared stew with strangers, slept beside someone who talks in bird calls, and now you've overheard whispers that could affect a whole province. And yet, nothing seems urgent. The bread still bakes. The dog still snores. Someone is debating the merits of washing their socks now versus never. You catch a glimpse of the wall near the door, a wooden board carved with dozens of notches and marks. Some are just guest tallies, others are messages, warnings, signs passed between travelers who may never meet in person. One symbol in particular, a stylized spiral with 3 dots inside, appears multiple times. It means eyes here, or spy watched, or maybe good cheese. Scholars can't agree. You look away. The innkeeper walks by and refills your mug without asking. The tea is stronger now, earthier. You sleep? He asks. You nod. He grunts. Then, after a pause, watch your purse near the chimney bench. One of them's fast. You thank him. He doesn't smile, but he walks away like someone who just did you a favor. You glance at the chimney bench, just in time to see a short figure pretending to nap with one eye open. You casually adjust your coin pouch. The inn has returned to motion now, boots thumping on floorboards, bowls being collected, someone trying to repair a lute string with what might be sheep intestines. But under it all, a current flows, quiet, steady, waiting, news, secrets, alliances, all delivered with mugs of bitter ale and nods passed like passwords. And you, still seated in the corner, feel a little less like a guest and a little more like a player on the board. Whether you like it or not, the door slams open just as someone tries to balance a spoon on their nose again. This time, it isn't a weary traveler or a suspiciously clean merchant. It's the innkeeper's daughter, arms full of laundry and face set with the focus of someone who's seen one too many crusted woolen hose in her lifetime. Mind the floor, she says to no one in particular, stepping delicately around a puddle of something no one wants to identify. Laundry day has arrived. Not in the sense you might recognize. There's no linen closet, no bright detergent smell, no polite wicker basket. Medieval inn laundry is a battlefield, waged against mud, grease, sweat, soot, spilled ale, pig hair, and occasionally blood. Winning isn't guaranteed. It's more about managing the loss. The daughter drops her bundle onto a bench with a thump. A puff of dust, or perhaps despair, rises into the air. She begins sorting rapidly. Shirts with missing buttons, hose with holes the size of your palm, undertunics stiff from age and tragedy. Nearby, a man offers her his tunic with the sheepish expression of someone who hasn't taken it off in at least a week. She accepts it with 2 fingers, holds it at arm's length, and dunks it into a bucket of gray water, like she's performing an exorcism. You get the sense she's done this before. And laundry, in a place like this, is more than just soap and water. It's social. Because as she kneels to scrub a mystery stain that might be plum, or might be something much worse. People gather, they lean in, make comments, tease, some even help, which really just means they make it worse. One of the stable boys drags in a wrinkled sheet. Another tosses in socks that defy the laws of fabric. Someone hands over a single glove and shrugs. You wonder if this communal wash effort is a weekly tradition, or just the result of one bad stew night and a very full chamber pot. The innkeeper's daughter grumbles something about lordlings who can't fold their hose and calls for her brother, who responds by immediately walking outside, pretending he didn't hear her. Meanwhile, across the room, a couple sits shoulder to shoulder at a corner table, sharing a mug of something sweet-smelling. You hadn't noticed them before. The woman wears traveling leathers, hair tied back with a red ribbon. The man leans in close as he speaks, his words lost in the ambient clatter of the inn. They smile. They laugh. She brushes a crumb from his beard. He places a hand on hers. The kind of moment so tender, it makes even the lice look away, out of courtesy. Romance, apparently, is not excluded from even the grimiest places. You take a sip of your own ale and pretend not to watch. They speak quietly. Her eyes flick occasionally toward the staircase. His hand moves to his pouch, fingers fumbling with something. A ring? A token? Or just nerves? Inns have always been a place for fleeting connections. Sometimes, real love bloomed between long journeys and shared stew. Sometimes, love was a service, paid, whispered, and forgotten before sunrise. But this pair, they seem genuine. She laughs again, loud enough to draw a glance from the laundry pile. The innkeeper's daughter stares for a beat too long, then looks away and furiously scrubs a collar. You wonder what story lives there. Behind you, the fire crackles, and the damp sheet now draped over a bench begins to steam slightly. Someone complains that their tunic has shrunk. The innkeeper responds that maybe they've grown. A round of laughter follows. It's not malicious. It's familiar. You rise to stretch, wandering near the back where the laundry lines are strung like battle flags. Shirts, hose, underthings, all flapping in slow defiance of mildew. One piece catches your eye, a delicate linen chemise, embroidered at the collar, not traveler's wear, not servant's wear, the kind of item worn by someone once rich, once loved, once adorned. It's drying now between a patched-up smock and a wool sock with more holes than purpose. You turn to ask whose it is, but no one claims it. The innkeeper's daughter shrugs. It's been here. Someone left it. She doesn't elaborate. You don't press E. Historians still debate how often medieval inns offered full washing services versus just a damp bucket and a prayer. Some larger roadside inns near monasteries reportedly had dedicated laundry workers. Others relied on guests to wash their own clothes in nearby rivers. In this inn, it's a team sport. And today's team is half drunk and not entirely sure what soap is made of. You spot someone trying to wring out a tunic using a broom handle. Another stands by the fire holding a sock up like it's telling a ghost story. You smile. This is chaos, but it's warm, communal chaos. And that's the paradox. Amid the fleas, the stains, the shared chamber pots, and dodgy stew, you found a slice of real humanity, people caring for each other's clothes, quiet laughter over mugs, a couple stealing glances as if the whole world might end in the morning and they'd still be grateful for one more smile. A chicken walks by with a scrap of linen in its beak. No one stops it. You return to your seat, the smell of wet wool clinging to your sleeves. The lovers are gone. So is the chemise. You watch the fire and wonder which will fade first. The scent, the moment, or the memory. You hear footsteps before you see him. Soft, shuffling, oddly rhythmic, like someone trying to move without making sound, but still managing to creak every floorboard in existence. From the staircase, a figure descends slowly, one hand gripping the rail, the other holding a leather satchel to his chest as if it contains something divine. It's the friar. You know it instantly by the smell. Not a bad one. Just intense. A mix of old parchment, beeswax, damp wool, and faintly, unmistakably, feet. He wears a brown habit that's patched in at least 5 places, and sandals that have clearly lost the battle against time. His hair, tonsured at the crown, is mostly gray, except for the single defiant black strand that spirals straight upward like it's trying to escape. He walks directly to the hearth without looking at anyone and lets out the world's most exaggerated sigh. You feel it ripple through the room. God grant this inn more soap and fewer opinions, he mutters, before collapsing onto a bench like a sack of potatoes with unresolved theological questions. Someone chuckles. You've met friars before, some holy, some grumpy, some more interested in wine than the word. This one seems to contain all 3 in equal measure. The innkeeper gives him a nod. No coin is exchanged, just an understanding. Food appears moments later. Thick bread, onion soup, a chunk of cheese that's sweating like it knows its time is near. The friar eats slowly, carefully, savoring each bite like it's communion. Between mouthfuls, he offers a blessing to the bread, the bowl, the spoon, and, with a knowing side-eye, the stew pot. Saint Zita, protect our stomachs from that which passes through fire, but not reason, he says. A few people cross themselves. Others chuckle. The cook ignores him. After the meal, he pulls from his satchel a scroll, unrolls it, smooths it with reverence. It's not scripture. It's a letter, or a list, or a complaint, maybe all 3. You watch as he studies it, brow furrowed. Then, unexpectedly, he looks up and stares directly at you. You, he says, do you believe in predestination? You freeze. You don't know if he means theological, directional, or the fact that your stew might decide your fate in the next half hour. Before you can answer, he waves a hand. Never mind. You look too tired for heresy. He returns to his scroll. A child, barefoot and crusty-kneed, wanders over with a small piece of fruit. She offers it. The friar accepts it solemnly, breaks it in half, and gives her back the larger piece. Then he blesses her forehead and tells her to be careful of stepladders. This is the strange role of religious travelers in the inn. They are guests and guides, beggars and confidants. They're rarely questioned. Some travel between monasteries, delivering letters or relics. Others simply wander, teaching sermons and foot fungus remedies in equal measure. And yes, about that, the friar removes one sandal, casually, and begins massaging a foot that looks like it's been in direct combat with gravel, frost, and probably 2 geese. The room leans away slightly, like a single organism responding to danger. He rubs a thick salve on the skin, wincing and muttering about humility and chilblains. Someone offers him a rag. He accepts it without looking, like a priest taking communion. Historians still argue whether friars were as beloved as later records suggest. Some communities welcome them with open arms, grateful for sermons and blessings. Others found them meddlesome, especially when they started commenting on sleeping arrangements or the lack of curtains. Here, though, the friar is treated with wary amusement. He's part of the furniture, like the cracked pitcher on the bar or the tapestry with a goose that's missing its face. "Who sings at night?" he asks the room suddenly. "One of you snores Gregorian." Laughter ripples. The bard raises a hand in mock apology. The friar narrows his eyes. "You sang a Sanctus in B-flat. There is no B-flat in heaven." More laughter. Someone tosses him a fig. He catches it effortlessly and pockets it without breaking eye contact. Then, to your mild horror, he removes his other sandal. The smell is ecclesiastical. You try not to breathe too deeply. The friar reaches into his satchel again, and this time pulls out a small wooden cross, a string of beads, and, strangely, a carved chicken. He places all three on the table and begins what you assume is a very informal prayer session. "Lord," he says, "bless this inn, its guests, its stew, and may no one discover where the chicken went." He eyes the carved bird meaningfully. Someone swears quietly under their breath. He ends the prayer with a belch, a nod, and a sip of his onion soup. The inn carries on. Someone sings softly. A mug is spilled and wiped up with a shirt sleeve. A few guests begin packing their belongings, mumbling about roads and obligations. But the friar lingers. He speaks little. Now. Just watches, occasionally hums, blesses the broom as it passes him. You think, this man is absurd. And then, immediately after, this man is necessary. Because someone in every inn has to remind you that you're not just a body in motion, you're a soul in passing, even if that soul has questionable footwear. It's getting close to departure time. You can feel it in the energy of the room, the way the guests start to stretch and sigh, the way bundles are tied just a little tighter, coin pouches double-checked with casual paranoia. The sun isn't high yet, but the light outside the window has sharpened. Day has officially begun, and the road, with all its uncertainties, is calling. But before anyone can go, there's a final hurdle to face, paying the innkeeper. Now, in theory, it should be simple. You ate the stew. You drank the ale. You slept in the hay beside a man who may or may not have snored through his nose and ears. You owe coin. But this is a medieval inn, and transactions here are less about exact figures and more about improvisation. The innkeeper stands at the bar, like a gatekeeper to the next chapter of everyone's journey. His ledger is a flat slab of wood with chalk markings, not quite numbers, not quite words, just a system only he understands. He scratches his head, grunts, and points to people as they approach, one by one. First up, a merchant with a broken sandal and no visible money. He offers a roll of dyed thread from Damascus. The innkeeper sniffs it, bites it, then nods. Transaction complete. Next, a group of pilgrims. They pool together a few battered coins, 2 apples, and a charm blessed by a monk who may or may not have been drunk at the time. The innkeeper eyes the charm shrugs, and tosses it into a basket under the bar. Accepted. You line up behind a man in a red tunic who's trying to convince the innkeeper that he paid last night. The innkeeper raises an eyebrow that could cleave stone. "Did you?" he asks. The man smiles. The innkeeper stares. The man smiles wider. A pause. The innkeeper sighs and says, "Tell me a story." "Mo." "A what?" The man grins, clears his throat, and begins to recount how he once outran a pack of wolves by singing falsetto at them. It's possibly the worst story you've ever heard. It's also definitely made up. The innkeeper listens, stone-faced. At the end, he holds out his hand. The man sighs and drops a single silver coin into it. The innkeeper pockets it without a word. Your turn. You step forward, unsure of what to expect. You reach for your pouch, only to realize you spent most of your coin 2 villages back on a miraculous pair of socks that turned out to be regular socks. You offer what you can. 2 small coins, a dried fig, and a carved token you found under the straw mattress. A little wooden pig. You don't know where it came from. Possibly your dreams. The innkeeper picks up the pig, turns it over, and snorts softly through his nose. "I made this," he mutters. Then louder, "Fair enough. You're free to go." Bartering like this wasn't unusual. In medieval inns, especially in rural areas, coin was optional. A song, a favor, a loaf of good bread, a sharp story. These were just as valuable. Money held power. Yes, but charm could open doors. So could eggs. The stable boy appears next, carrying a basket full of things he found. A comb, a button, 2 copper nails, and a prayer scroll with the edges nibbled by mice. He lays them out proudly. The innkeeper takes the comb, flicks the rest away with a grunt, and tousles the boy's hair in silent approval. Behind you, a woman argues that her room didn't have enough straw. The innkeeper says, "Straw was extra." She glares. He shrugs. She leaves a coin and mutters something about fleas with better manners. You watch as another guest tries to pay in song. A bard. Naturally. His tune is decent, but the innkeeper stops him halfway through the chorus and says, "You sang that one last time." The bard bows, coughs, and quickly pivots to a tale about a goat who became mayor of a hamlet for 3 days. Payment accepted. Historians still argue how much inns made on a daily basis. Some were barely profitable. Others, especially those near pilgrimage routes or trading paths, were surprisingly lucrative, thanks to their ability to charge for things like hay, warm water, and yes, even salt. A woman with a baby pays with a knitted hat. A traveler hands over a vial of ink. A monk offers a blessing and a kiss on the forehead. The innkeeper blinks, accepts the blessing, and quietly wipes his forehead with a towel. Then comes the strangest transaction yet. A man steps forward, silent, and hands the innkeeper nothing. Instead, he whispers something into the innkeeper's ear. A long silence follows. The innkeeper stares at him, then slowly nods. "Fair trade," he says. You don't ask. No one does. The room just accepts it. That's the magic of this place. Of all inns. Really. They exist in the space between need and trust. Between hunger and hospitality. Between value and values. You walk toward the door, your boots echoing on the planks. You glance back once. The innkeeper meets your eye and gives you a nod. Just a small one. Like he's saying, You did all right. You nod back. The door creaks open. Morning light spills in, and you step outside. But the memory of the room, its smoke, its stories, its stubborn generosity, follows you. The air outside hits you like a bucket of melted candle wax, cool, damp, and oddly scented with wood smoke and sheep. The sun is still low, casting long shadows across the village square. You take a breath, then another. The inn is behind you, its door swinging gently in the breeze, like it's thinking about letting itself rest for a while. But you're not gone yet. You linger just beyond the threshold, boots planted in morning mud that has ambitions to become a swamp. You stretch your arms overhead, bones popping like overcooked beans. Your cloak smells like smoke, stew, and humanity, and you carry it with pride. Around you, the village is waking slowly. A baker dusts flour from his sleeves. A rooster stands on a fence like it invented the concept of dawn, and a child chases a very angry goose in what appears to be an ongoing personal feud. You turn back for one last glance at the inn. The shutters are half closed, the chimney puffing a little. Through the open window, you hear the bard's voice, still hoarse from last night, murmuring the start of yet another song. The lyrics are different, but the rhythm is the same. One of farewell. Inside, people are still eating, still packing, still negotiating over the last dry fig. And you're full, not just in the belly, but in a way that's harder to name. The inn gave you more than a bed. It gave you company, a shared fire, strange dreams, 100 stories you'll never repeat, and one or two you might pretend happened to you directly. You adjust your bag, which feels lighter and heavier at the same time. Your purse is thinner, but you carry with you the weight of laughter, whispered secrets, morning tea that tasted like mud and mint, and that unforgettable moment when the chamber pot tipped. The road ahead stretches east, or maybe north, or maybe you don't quite know yet, and that's fine. That's how most journeys start, with boots in mud and something oddly inspirational stuck in your teeth. You begin walking. The stable boy is watching from the side gate. He doesn't wave, just gives you that familiar upward nod, like you're in the club now. You nod back, past the blacksmith's hut, past the gossiping hens, past the trader selling suspicious medicinal roots out of a crate labeled not turnips. You follow the road. It's quiet here, just the crunch of your steps and the occasional flutter of sparrows who don't seem concerned with anything you've got going on. As the village disappears behind a bend, you catch yourself smiling. You've survived a night at a medieval inn. No small feat, truly. And something tells you, you'll miss it. Not the rats, not the stew. Definitely not the mystery stains, but the warmth, the noise, the sharedness of it. In a world where every road is uncertain, every step its own wager, a place like that, dirty, loud, chaotic, feels like a kind of miracle. And now, before your next destination, before the next set of walls and beds and overheard secrets, let's let the image of that inn settle softly behind your eyes. Let's begin the wind down. So now, the road stretches onward, quiet and forgiving. You're warm, full of stories, and no longer burdened by the weight of arrival. There's a calm that comes after departure, after the laughter has faded, after the clinking of mugs and the flicker of firelight become memory. Your boots tap softly against the dirt path, but even that sound begins to fade. You're not walking anymore. You're floating a little, half dreaming, half remembering. The way the stew steamed in the corner, the crackle of the inn's hearth, the chicken that may or may not have tried to steal a sock. Let your mind settle on the way the bench creaked just so when someone shifted. Let your thoughts drift toward the smell of old wood, wet wool, and distant pine. Let each remembered sound, each shuffle, each snore, each soft laugh carry you deeper into rest. If you feel a smile tugging at your mouth, let it. You were part of something, even just for a night, something ancient, messy, and oddly beautiful. Now, the world around you is quiet. No more dice games, no more bards, just the soft hush of wind through trees and the distant promise of another fire, another roof, another morning. But for now, let it all fall away. You're safe. You're warm. You're home, wherever you are. Sleep well, traveler. 10 medieval survival tricks that still work today. We're going to travel light, move slow, and learn some weirdly timeless tricks from the Middle Ages. You're stepping into the worn leather boots of a medieval wanderer. No GPS, no freeze-dried meals, no waterproof jacket, just your wool cloak, a loaf of bread you're not sure is still bread, and a sky that may or may not open up at any second. You've got to find shelter. Fast, because in the medieval world, bad weather isn't an inconvenience, it's a threat. Wet clothes mean sickness. Cold wind means aching joints. And you don't even have a door to close behind you. You walk along a track that's barely a path, the ground muddy from yesterday's storm. To your left, sheep. To your right, more sheep. You ask them politely if they know where you can stay. They chew in silence. Eventually, you spot a dip in the land near a hedge. Not much, but you're trained in the ancient art of making do. You break off a few long branches from nearby hazel shrubs, anchor them in the earth at an angle, and begin layering your cloak across them. A primitive lean-to. Add a bit of woven grass to stop the wind from whistling straight through your ears, and you've got something that resembles shelter. Sort of. In medieval times, travelers didn't expect luxury. Pilgrims, messengers, vagabonds. They all learned to scan the landscape for micro-shelters, hedges, stone walls, tree hollows. Even ditches could become a decent resting place with the right adjustments. Some carried oilcloths or coarse wool blankets to drape over branches. Others used what nature offered: reeds, bracken, mud-packed leaves. You pull your cloak tight. It smells like smoke and damp dog, even though you've never owned a dog. You press your back against the earthen wall you've created. It holds, mostly. The wind rustles, but doesn't bite. That's the goal. Historians still argue whether medieval travelers preferred makeshift camps over asking for hospitality at homes or monasteries. Some say people relied on community generosity. Others suggest the fear of bandits or just rejection made many prefer the wild, especially near roads where locals were used to travelers taking rest beneath trees or church porches. You rest your head on your bag, just a scrap of linen wrapped around hard bread and a flint. You tuck it behind your neck like it's a goose feather pillow. You remind yourself, survival doesn't need to be elegant. It needs to be good enough. And then it starts to rain, not a downpour, just that kind of annoying mist that settles into your bones. But your little shelter? It's holding. The slope of your makeshift roof sends droplets sliding off the side, not onto your face. The hedge at your back shields you from the worst of the breeze. You light a small candle stub and place it inside a tin cup. It flickers bravely. You're not comfortable, but you're not exposed. And in the medieval world, that's the line between getting through the night or getting a fever that becomes a funeral. You think back to the old stories told by fireside about hedge sleepers and road wanderers who made homes wherever their feet gave out. Some had tales of hiding from wolves. Others recalled listening to the songs of owls and distant cartwheels. You don't hear any of those. Just the soft whisper of rain on grass and your own breath slowing. The simplicity of it calms you, a structure made with no nails, just instinct and improvisation. You close your eyes. The earth beneath you is cold, but not cruel. Your wool cloak has soaked up some water. Yes, but it's still holding heat, because wool does that. But that's for later. You roll onto your side, arms tucked into your chest. You're safe enough. It's not pretty. It's not soft. But it's shelter. And tonight, that's everything. The rain has stopped, but the damp clings to you like a second skin. You blink awake beneath your lean-to, the sky smeared with a pale gray dawn, and the sheep, those same judgy sheep, are now watching you with the quiet disdain of animals that have never had to build shelter out of sticks. You sit up slowly, joints stiff from sleep and from lying at a 12-degree angle on uneven earth. It's not glamorous, but you're alive. And your cloak? Still wrapped around your shoulders like a warm, slightly soggy hug. You brush off a few crushed leaves and feel the fabric stretch and settle with you. Time to get moving. But before you do, let's talk about your best defense against the cold in a medieval world. Layering. Not fashion layering. Survival layering. You're wearing linen under your wool. Maybe even another thin wool shirt, if you're lucky. Then a cloak. Heavy, weather-resistant, and made from sheep that absolutely did not volunteer their coats. Everything is slightly itchy, slightly damp, but miraculously warm. See? Medieval people knew how to dress for conditions most modern outdoor gear marketers would panic over. Their clothing strategy was simple. Trap heat, keep the wind out, and use layers like armor. Each piece was breathable, flexible, and designed to dry slowly, but retain warmth even when wet. You stand up, pull your hood over your head, and cinch your belt tighter. It does two things: holds your tunic in place, and, more importantly, makes you feel like you're organized, even when your stomach is empty and your feet are already regretting today's mileage. Historians agree that layering wasn't just for warmth, it was psychological. The weight of garments offered a sense of protection, like armor, but softer and significantly cheaper. You start walking. The chill fades from your fingertips as your blood warms up. Your underlayer wicks away the worst of the damp. Your outer cloak blocks the wind like an old friend shielding you from gossip. It smells a bit like goats, but goats are survivors, too. There's a trick medieval people used. something modern hikers sometimes forget. If you start getting too warm, you don't take off your clothes immediately. You open them just a bit. Loosen a neckline. Lift the hem slightly as you walk. You regulate like a fire, controlled, steady. You pass a line of mossy stones that once might have been a wall. There's a bird singing in a hawthorn tree, like it's got somewhere more important to be. You smile to yourself. You're warm. Despite the cold, you're moving. Despite the ache, you're layered, wrapped, and, well, not dry, but not dangerously wet either. That's the art of medieval survival. Layering wasn't just about piling on clothing. It was about understanding materials. Linen close to the skin, smooth, breathable, dries quicker than you think. Wool over it, insulating, even when damp, and naturally water-resistant thanks to lanolin. And for those with money or luck, a cloak with fur trim, or a waxed outer layer, made from oils or animal fats. And then there was headwear. Never underestimate the medieval hat. Coifs, hoods, woolen caps, simple designs that kept heat from escaping, and hair from freezing into tiny icicles. You adjust your hood now, tightening it around your ears. You look ridiculous. You feel fantastic. Scholars still argue about how early layering became widespread practice among common people. Some believe it was learned behavior passed down through monastic orders and soldiers. Others think it was simple trial and error over centuries of, I froze yesterday. Let's try this today. Either way, it worked. You stop near a patch of flattened grass and pull off your outer cloak. You give it a shake, releasing leaves, twigs, and one beetle with a very confused expression. The cloak steams a little in the morning sun, proof that it's done its job. You swing it back around your shoulders and pin it closed with a brooch made of bent wire. You walk on. Your layers rustle. They hug you close. And with every step, you appreciate them more. Not just because they keep you warm, but because they remind you that someone, long before Gore-Tex or polyester or ultralight puff vests, figured this out with what they had. And not only did they survive, they passed it on. You feel the wind pick up as the road curves toward open fields. You barely notice. Your cloak flaps. Your tunic holds. Your skin is protected. You're a 14th century onion. And you are thriving. You've been walking for a while now. And your legs are just beginning to remember what stiffness feels like when you crest a small hill and spot it. A stone-walled farmstead in the distance. Smoke curling lazily from its chimney. The kind of smoke that smells like bread and hope. You sigh, relieved. Maybe they'll share a crust. Maybe just a place to rest your feet. But as you get closer, you see the barn doors open wide. Hay strewn across the threshold. And inside, heat. Not fire heat. Animal heat. You remember something an old traveler once told you. If you want to survive the night, sleep where the animals sleep. Sounds unpleasant. Smells worse. But it works. You approach slowly, nodding to the man in the yard, who eyes you like he's deciding whether you're more vagrant or pilgrim. You say the right combination of respectful words. May Saint Bridget warm your hearth, usually does the trick, and he gestures toward the barn with a grunt. Permission granted, inside. It's heaven in the form of straw, steam, and the gentle snorts of sleepy cows. The floor is a living furnace, Chickens mutter to themselves in the rafters. A dog lifts its head, deems you unthreatening, and goes back to chasing something in its dreams. Probably a sausage. You find a dry corner. Tuck yourself between a feed sack and a contentedly chewing goat, and let your bones sigh into the straw. This was standard practice in the medieval world. Homes were often shared with animals, not just for convenience, but for survival. In poorer cottages, livestock might sleep on the ground floor, while the family huddled in a loft above. The heat from cows and pigs, creatures that generate serious warmth, rose through the planks, turning otherwise freezing rooms into tolerable shelters. It was messy, noisy, sometimes dangerous, but deeply effective. You wrap your cloak tighter and lean against a beam. A warm gust of breath puffs from the nose of a sleepy ox. You pretend it's a blessing, and it's not just warmth. Animals also offered a kind of security. Horses stirred at unfamiliar noises. Dogs barked. Roosters screamed at everything. And in a world without locks or security cameras, that mattered. You shift your weight slightly, causing the goat beside you to grunt. You apologize. It blinks at you like it's accepted your presence, but not your personality. Some medieval travelers carried bits of dry straw or herbs to help soften barn floor beds. Others bribed stable hands with crusts or stories to get a dry spot behind a hay bale. And monks, ever practical, often taught that sharing shelter with animals was a humble reminder of life's earthy truths. And its smells. Historians still argue whether sleeping in stables was more common for peasants or pilgrims. The truth? Everyone did it at some point. Even knights, stripped of title and silver, found their way into barns when castles weren't within reach. A cow shifts nearby, sighing with the heaviness of someone who worked all day and still has to make milk in the morning. You feel seen. You let your eyes drift closed. The straw is scratchy, but it cushions. The animal breath in the air is rich, yes, but comforting, honest, lived in. You feel your body relaxing in stages. Shoulders, spine, legs. A bit of hay crunches under your shifting weight. A chicken somewhere above you murmurs a soft cluck that sounds remarkably like, "You're doing great." Maybe you are. This isn't luxury. This isn't solitude. But it is shelter. It is warmth. It is a space you've earned by walking, speaking kindly, and knowing what to ask for. You think again of all the nameless wanderers before you. Pilgrims with blisters. Messengers with secret letters. Healers with pouches of thyme and old linen. They all lay like this at some point. Sharing warmth with beasts. Hearts slowing under straw. You shift one more time. Pull your hood down low and listen. You hear snuffling, gentle chewing, the faint whistle of wind through wooden slats, but no danger, no alarms, just life, breathing around you. And as the night settles in, you let your mind drift to the road you've traveled, to the cloak wrapped around you, to the goat now sleeping against your foot like it's claimed you as kin. You've survived another day. Warmth is yours. Rest comes easy. You wake slowly, not to sunlight or a rooster this time, but to the steady drip, drip, drip of water falling into a wooden bucket nearby. Rain again. You squint toward the barn door. The world outside is shrouded in a damp gray mist, the kind that settles into everything it touches. Blankets, bones, Mood. You sit up carefully, brushing straw from your tunic. The goat is gone. So is the dog. A pile of chicken droppings near your cloak tells you the hens have already resumed their usual mayhem. You rub your hands together and wince. Cold, stiff. You need warmth. You need something hot. Anything, really. And so, you make your way toward the farmhouse kitchen, where, if the gods are kind, someone has boiled water, and they have. A big blackened kettle hangs over the hearth, humming gently with steam. A woman in a woolen apron stirs it with a stick that may once have been a ladle. She offers you a tin mug with a small nod, and you accept it with reverence. It's not tea, not broth, just water, hot, clean, glorious. You drink like it's sacred. Because in the medieval world, boiled water was a survival essential. It wasn't always about hygiene, at least not the way we think about it now. Most medieval folks didn't understand bacteria or germ theory, but they did notice that people who drank hot drinks got sick less often. Monasteries, in particular, were early adopters of this logic, boiling water for brewing ale, infusing herbs, or just purifying dubious well water. You sit by the hearth and cradle the mug. The warmth seeps into your hands, your chest, even your mood. Outside, the rain taps on the roof. But inside, you've got firelight and steam. Even in rough taverns and roadside inns, kettles hung constantly over coals, water for cooking, for washing, for curing. Some inns even charged for hot water by the ladleful. Travelers with their own mugs or bowls often waited in line, hoping for enough to steep a few leaves, soften bread, or warm frozen fingers. And that's another trick. Carry a vessel, a wooden cup, a tin mug, even a hollowed horn. Something you can dip, fill, and drink from. Because if you can access boiling water, you're halfway to comfort and halfway to safety. You take another sip. It's metallic, with a hint of smoke. Perfect. Across the hearth, the woman is tossing herbs into another pot. You catch the scent of thyme, sage, a bit of elderflower. She stirs with the calm rhythm of someone who's done this her whole life. A man sneezes in the next room, and she nods as if the herbs just received their instructions. Boiled water also meant medicine. Simple infusions, what we'd now call herbal teas, were medieval multi-tools. Mint for digestion, yarrow for fevers, nettle for energy, chamomile to sleep. These weren't exotic luxuries. They were knowledge passed from grandmother to granddaughter, from hedge witch to stable boy. You remember a trick from a traveler. If you've got nothing else, boil pine needles. The vitamin C alone can save you in a bad winter. Plus, it tastes like you've licked a forest, which, depending on your mood, might be a bonus. Historians still debate whether common folk boiled water more for health or necessity. Some argue it was a happy accident, that brewing ale, baking bread, and making porridge just happened to require boiling, and thereby made things safer. Others believe people knew, maybe not the science, but the results, and passed that habit on. Either way, here you are, drinking from a tin cup, warmed by a hearth that's older than your great-grandfather's ghost, feeling your bones loosen and your breath slow. Outside, the rain continues, but it sounds less like a threat now, more like applause. You've earned it. You thank the woman, who shrugs in that universal medieval way that means you're welcome, but don't get used to it. And you return to your bundle by the barn door. The mug is still warm in your hands. You remember to check your cloak. It's damp, but not soaked. The outer layer shed most of the water. The inside? Still dry. Still usable. You gather your things. The road waits. But now, you're warmer, stronger, and with one last swig of that smoky, slightly sour water, you remember the rule. Wherever there's fire, there can be comfort. Wherever there's water, there can be life. And if you boil it first, there can be survival. You tuck the empty mug into your bag. Steam curls from your mouth as you step outside. But you are not cold. Not anymore. Your boots squelch as you step back onto the road. Wet earth clinging to the soles like an old rumor. The rain has softened into mist again, just enough to blur the edges of the landscape. Trees huddle in the distance like gossiping villagers, and every fence post seems to lean slightly under the weight of dampness and time. You adjust your cloak, pat your side pouch, and walk. Not fast, never fast. You've learned that already. Medieval travel is a slow art, but today, your destination isn't a town or a church. It's a patch of ground with a particular plant growing by the roadside. You've been looking for it since morning. There, just past the stone bridge, under a hawthorn tree. Green sprigs of thyme, low to the ground and spreading wide. You kneel, brush the mist off the leaves, and pluck a few with the gentle precision of someone who knows what these can do. Because this is one of the oldest survival tricks in the book. Herbs, medieval people used them for everything. For flavor, for health, for warmth, even for protection. Not protection in a scientific sense, though modern science has caught up to some of their benefits, but spiritual, emotional, symbolic. You rub the thyme between your fingers. It releases a sharp, minty scent with a hint of citrus. Clean, bright, medicinal. You add it to the bundle already in your bag. Sage, picked from a crumbling monastery wall. Nettle, which you carefully harvested with thick cloth so it didn't sting your hands. And chamomile, found near a ditch where sheep had recently passed. These aren't spices, they're tools. And in the medieval world, they're survival essentials. Back on the road, you keep your pace slow and your eyes sharp. Every patch of greenery is a potential treasure. A bit of yarrow to stop bleeding, a handful of mint to ease a sour stomach. Dandelion leaves for energy, rose hips for their mysterious power to keep colds at bay. The trick isn't just knowing what to pick, it's knowing when. Dawn is best, before the sun bleaches the potency from the leaves. After rain is trickier, but sometimes herbs are stronger when freshly washed. That's what the old herb woman said, anyway, before giving you a tea that made your dreams oddly romantic and mildly terrifying. You pass a small shrine set in a hollow tree. A crude wooden carving of a saint peers out with moss in his beard. You tuck a bit of thyme beneath his feet. A trade, perhaps. He protects the road, and you leave him something that smells like courage. You walk on. By mid-morning, you reach a clearing where the mist begins to lift, and you decide to stop. You find a flat stone, build a ring of rocks, and light a tiny fire using dry twigs and the last of your waxed kindling. The herbs come out next. You boil water in a battered tin pot. Into it, you drop nettle, sage, and just a pinch of thyme. The scent that rises is earthy, sharp, and grounding. You sip carefully. It tastes bitter, with a warm, green afterglow. It slides down your throat like a blessing. And that's the thing about medieval herbal knowledge. It was tactile, intimate, learned by smell, by taste, by watching your neighbor's cough fade after 3 days of mint poultices and bread soaked in onion broth. Historians still argue how widespread herb lore was among commoners. Some believe it was the province of monks, wise women, and specialists. Others argue that nearly everyone knew something, enough to keep wounds clean, stomachs calm, fevers manageable. Because when your life depends on your gut more than your sword, you get good at keeping it happy. You drain your cup and feel your body wake up. Not with caffeine, but with something older. A sense of warmth that feels like it came from the ground up. You pack up your herbs carefully, wrapping them in linen, tucking them deep into your pack where they'll stay dry. Your fingers smell like gardens now, not road dust. You stand, stretch, roll your shoulders, and then you laugh softly because you realize you've just made a medieval energy drink out of sage and nettles. No bottle, no label, just wisdom and water. And maybe that's the point. You walk on, herbs tucked close, warmth in your chest. The road bends gently, and you follow. The road ahead curves like it's trying to keep a secret. You follow its gentle bend, boots sinking slightly in the damp earth, and feel the slow, grounding rhythm of your stride. One step, then another. The cloak sways. The mist has lifted, and the sun, timid but present, filters through bare trees like melted gold on bark. You've walked for hours now, and your body is beginning to find its rhythm. You're not rushing. You're not dragging. You're doing what medieval travelers did every day, walking far, walking smart. It's easy to imagine medieval life as mostly standing still, tied to fields, hovels, village lanes. But for certain people, movement was constant. Messengers, pilgrims, shepherds, monks, and even some merchants. These people averaged 15, 20, sometimes 30 miles a day, depending on terrain, weather, and urgency. And they didn't have sports shoes. They didn't have trail mix. They didn't even have roads most of the time. They had well-worn boots, layers of wool, and a system of pacing that modern endurance trainers would find oddly admirable. You settle into that pace now. Not hurried, not lazy, just steady. Medieval walking was a blend of intuition and habit. People didn't count steps. They listened to their breath, the swing of their arms, the heat rising in their calves. They paused, not by the clock, but by landmarks. A certain boulder, a crossroad, a leaning tree that someone once swore was haunted. You pass a patch of mushrooms. You don't touch them. The shape's wrong. That's another survival trick. Learn what not to eat. But that's for later. Right now, it's about the stride. You plant your foot with purpose. Roll heel to toe. Keep your hips relaxed, your shoulders low. You're not marching. You're flowing. You remember a trick from an old pilgrim. Always stop before you feel tired, not after. That way, your body recovers faster, and the soreness stays away longer. You try it now. After an hour or so, you pull off to a flat rock beneath a tree, shrug off your pack, and sit. Birdsong surrounds you. A breeze cools your neck. You breathe in, slowly, It's not just about conserving energy. It's about moving in harmony with your surroundings. Medieval messengers didn't sprint. They didn't break themselves for speed. They paced and they watched for shifting clouds, for animal tracks, for the smell of nearby firewood smoke. Every movement was tied to a kind of awareness we don't always practice anymore. You drink from your water skin and chew a piece of dried bread. It's hard, crunchy. A bit of time stuck to the crust gives it some character. You stretch out your legs and massage one calf gently. You thank it for holding you up. And then, back on your feet, you walk again. A mile passes, maybe two. You pass a stump with deep axe marks, evidence of someone else surviving here, maybe days ago, maybe centuries. You pass a bird skull nestled beside a clump of moss. You don't stop to interpret it. You just note it. The world leaves signs. The smart traveler reads them. Historians still debate how much distance the average medieval person actually covered. Some argue most peasants rarely went beyond their village's edge. Others point out that festivals, holy days, markets, and work contracts could send even humble folk on long treks across counties and kingdoms. You pass a narrow wooden cross by the roadside, slanted slightly, weather-worn. No name, just a mark. Someone once died here, or maybe they lived. Either way, the path holds their memory. Your own footsteps start to blend with the earth. Less impact, more connection. And when your foot finds a small stone, you don't trip. You shift your weight naturally, using the momentum to push off. That's something medieval walkers mastered, adapting stride without panic. Boots weren't always flexible, but bodies were. You find yourself humming. A pilgrim's tune? Maybe. Or just something your bones remembered on their own. It fills the silence without breaking it. Even the crows seem to approve. Your shoulders ache a bit now, but in a satisfying way, like you're earning every inch of progress. You've walked not for glory, not for speed, but for survival. And every step is a quiet triumph. As the sun begins to dip, you reach a copse of trees, their trunks forming a loose circle, like old friends. A good place to stop, not because you're spent, but because you're not. You sit, breathe, unwrap a slice of hard cheese, chew slowly, let your legs relax into the ground like roots. The wind rustles. Somewhere, an owl hoots. A stream trickles nearby. You don't need to reach a destination tonight. You've already remembered how to move. You wake to the smell of smoke and salt, not from a fire you lit, but from a memory tucked deep in your pack. Food that doesn't rot, waiting like a quiet promise. You sit up slowly, feeling the familiar stiffness of a body that spent the night sleeping half-curled under a tree, and reach for your bundle. Inside, a strip of salted meat, a hunk of aged cheese, and a cloth-wrapped lump that only loosely resembles pottage bread. Everything is hard. Everything smells faintly of smoke. Everything is safe to eat. That's the trick. Medieval people, living without fridges, vacuum seals, or next-day shipping, became masters of food preservation. And when survival was measured not by meals, but by how long those meals lasted, they invented a menu that we still turn to today, whether we know it or not. You chew on the meat first. It's dry, salty, a bit smoky, likely beef, but maybe goat. The texture is almost jerky, but not quite. You let it soften on your tongue before biting. Your jaw earns its keep. Salted meats were a staple for travelers, armies, and coastal folk alike. Salt wasn't cheap, but when available, it was life-saving. It pulled moisture from meat, sealed it against decay, and added flavor, assuming you had enough water to wash it down. Next, the cheese, a firm wheel, cracked from time, wrapped in waxed cloth. You shave off a corner with your knife. It's sharp, nutty, and a little funky. You've never been more grateful for a goat. Aged cheese, especially hard ones, could last weeks, even months, on the road. Travelers knew to wrap them in cloth, not leather, to avoid condensation. Some even rolled cheese in ash to prevent mold. You think about doing that later, if you find a good fire and some patience. Then comes the bread. It's not fresh, but it's still food. What you're holding is something like a pottage loaf, a medieval solution to leftovers, grains, beans, dried vegetables, even bits of last week's stew, baked into a thick, heavy round that could outlive most chickens. You bite. It crumbles slightly, dense and mealy, but fills your mouth with warmth. Faint notes of onion and barley linger like stories around a hearth. Medieval travelers didn't eat light. They ate dense, slow-burning fuel that kept the body moving for hours. Bread, porridge, dried fruit if they were lucky. No sugar bombs, no empty calories, just survival disguised as nutrition. You pour a little water into a shallow bowl and soak a second piece of the bread. After a minute, it softens enough to eat without risking a chipped tooth. That's another trick. Reconstitute everything. Hard cheese, warm it by the fire. Dry bread, soak it in broth. Ale, or milk if you've got it. You remember one traveler's trick? Roast a dry biscuit over embers until it smells nutty. Then crush it into hot water with herbs. It becomes a kind of porridge, thick enough to eat with a spoon or a clean stick. Historians still argue about what pottage actually included. Some records say it was mostly peas and barley. Others describe it as a catch-all stew that changed with the seasons and the cook's imagination. But everyone agrees on one point. It was hearty. Sometimes barely edible, but always survivable. You pack away what's left, wrapping it tightly. Food waste isn't a concept in your world. Every crumb has potential. As you clean your knife, a thought settles in. Survival food isn't glamorous. It doesn't photograph well, but it's clever, and it's intentional. Every preserved bite carries layers of thought. How long will this last? What can I cook it with? Will it keep me warm, alert, alive? And beyond that, every piece of medieval travel food was a message from someone else. A cheese wheel made by a shepherd, a pottage loaf baked by a wife, a strip of meat cured by smoke and care. You weren't just eating, you were carrying them with you. You sling your pack over your shoulder. Your belly is full, not comfortably, not luxuriously, but safely. That's enough. You follow the path onward, feeling the weight of your meal settle in like a fire in your chest. Slow warmth, steady energy, no spikes, no crashes. Just the quiet buzz of calories doing their job. Up ahead, the road splits. One path winds through dense trees. The other climbs over open fields. You choose the forest. More shade, more moss, maybe more mushrooms. You tuck that last thought away for later. And as you step into the cool of the trees, you think medieval food was rough. Yes, but it was ready. Ready for rain, for cold, for time. Like you. The forest hushes around you like a breath held just a little too long. Your boots press into soft, loamy ground, the scent of wet bark rising with every step. Branches overhead knit a canopy that dims the sunlight into green gold threads. And here, in this deep quiet, you know one thing for certain. You will need fire tonight. Not just heat. Fire that doesn't go out. Medieval people knew the difference. A flash of flame was useless if it couldn't last the night. If you had to rebuild your fire from scratch each morning, you were wasting time, energy, and tinder, and in the coldest months, risking frostbite or worse. So you begin collecting what you'll need. Dry twigs. Not from the ground, but broken gently from lower branches. Deadfall that's still above the earth is usually better. Less moisture, more snap. You find a flat stone to build on and begin forming a small ring with heavier rocks. A fire needs a cradle. Then comes the secret weapon, the ember nest. Medieval fires weren't always extinguished overnight. They were banked. The embers, glowing like buried treasure, were piled with ashes, moss, or damp bark to keep them alive until morning. You didn't wake up and light a new fire. You coaxed the old one back to life. You kneel by the fire ring and begin crafting your own banked core. A twist of birch bark, a cushion of cattail fluff you collected earlier, a few dried pine needles, and your ember, a coal from last night's fire, still warm, wrapped in leather and tucked in a clay pot, if you're lucky. If not, you use flint and steel, or even a slow-burn fungus like amadou, which smolders for hours and reignites with a whisper. You strike your flint, sparks catch, smoke curls. You breathe gently, cradling the glow like it's a sleepy animal that needs just a little love to wake. And then, flame. Not a roar, just a curl of yellow, flickering like a shy candle. You feed it with twigs, building upward, letting it grow. Eventually, you place a thick log on top, not to burn immediately, but to keep the heat steady. A slow burn log. It's your fire's anchor. Historians still debate the details of medieval firekeeping. Some say it was women's work, tending hearths, transferring embers to neighbors in clay bowls wrapped with rags. Others argue that every traveler learned this skill, because no fire, no breakfast, no warmth, no safety. You sit cross-legged by your tiny blaze, letting the warmth soak through your knees. You think about how fire wasn't just survival, it was presence. In a world without electricity, fire meant you existed. A lit hearth told stories, boiled water, baked bread, scared off wolves, and offered light to the lonely. It also made signal possible. In some parts of medieval Europe, hilltop fires acted like a relay system. One torch on a distant rise could warn of invasion, or simply announce a feast day. In your case, this fire means something more personal. You're safe, at least for now. You place a flat rock at the fire's edge and warm a piece of cheese on it. It sizzles gently, its edges crisping. The scent is divine. You tear off a piece of bread and press it into the melted side. That's dinner, and maybe breakfast. You remember an old fire trick. Bury half-burned logs in ash and sand. Leave them overnight, and retrieve live embers in the morning. with just a little breath, they'll glow again. Some travelers carried small fire bags, tiny leather pouches with dried fungus, resin, and a twist of rope for emergency ignition. You decide to make one soon. You lie back on your cloak, fire crackling beside you. It doesn't blaze. It doesn't show off. It endures. That's what you need. The smoke drifts upward, tracing ghostly patterns against the low canopy. You follow its path with your eyes, thinking not of survival anymore, but of comfort. You're fed, you're warm, and this fire, you made it. With skill passed down from hands long buried beneath stone. And even when you sleep, it will watch over you, whispering warmth into the air, promising light when you wake. Because the fire that doesn't go out, that's the fire that keeps you going. Morning arrives in shades of ash and gold. The fire hasn't died. Not completely. You kneel beside it, brush aside the blanket of gray, and find a core of warmth still pulsing beneath the char. With practiced care, you feed it a breath and a few dry twigs. It responds like an old friend, slowly stretching awake. Your fingers are stiff. Your back is sore. But you smile anyway, because that fire didn't fail you. You dig into your pack again, not for food, but for something you nearly forgot was there. A wooden spoon, tucked carefully into a side pocket, worn smooth by time and use. It's not fancy. It's not carved, but it's yours. In the medieval world, a personal spoon was more than a utensil. It was an extension of yourself, part tool, part talisman, part security blanket. And today, it's your best friend. You stir a bit of water in your pot, toss in the last of your crushed pottage bread, and wait as it softens into a lumpy, savory porridge. Your spoon scrapes the sides gently, drawing up steam and the scent of grain and smoke. When it's warm enough, you eat slowly, letting the taste fill your mouth, even if it's a bit bland. A spoon meant you could eat wherever you went. It meant you didn't have to trust the hands of others, didn't have to share a bowl with 6 strangers, or wait for a tavern to hand you a splintered ladle. A spoon gave you dignity in a time when survival often erased it. And a good spoon wasn't just for eating. It was your measuring cup, your serving tool, your weapon, if it came to it. Some even carved messages into the handles. Names, blessings, symbols of saints. Others hid tiny pouches of herbs or salt in hollowed-out handles. You think about doing that someday. You finish your meal and wipe the spoon on your tunic. Not the most hygienic option, but in a world without soap, it'll do. Besides, this tunic has survived worse. You tuck the spoon back into your belt, where it rests beside your knife like a loyal sibling. Steel for cutting, wood for keeping. Together, they've seen you through more than you'd like to remember. Historians still argue whether travelers always carried personal utensils or relied on inns and host households. But evidence, scraps from burial sites, carvings, even laws about borrowing another man's eating tool, suggests the spoon was sacred, and stealing one, almost a curse. You sling your pack over your shoulder and start walking again. The sun is climbing slowly, burning off the mist. Birds are louder today. The road crunches underfoot with promise. Along the path, you see a patch of wild garlic. You stop, pick a few leaves, and tuck them in your pouch. Later, you can mash them into porridge. Flavor is a luxury, but a spoon lets you enjoy it. You think about how something so simple, Curved wood, shaped by fire and hand, became a symbol of survival. It's not flashy. It doesn't impress anyone. But it works. And it always has. You've seen travelers with spoons tied to their cloaks, hanging like medals. You've seen spoons whittled into stars, fish, even little birds. Children kept them as toys. Elders passed them down. A spoon wasn't just made, it was broken in, worn into the rhythm of a person's life. As you reach the edge of the woods, you spot a small spring trickling down the rocks. You kneel beside it, scoop up water with your hand, then reach for your spoon again. Because water tastes better from something familiar, and that's the truth of it. Medieval survival wasn't just about food and fire. It was about continuity, about keeping one item, one comfort, close, even when everything else changed. You pocket the spoon again, fingers trailing over its edges. It's simple, but it's enough. By midday, the trees thin out, the road flattens, and the wind returns, sharper now, edged with dust and distant sound. You pause, head tilted. There it is again. A rhythm, low and even. Not footsteps, not hooves, drumming. No, not quite drumming. Maybe knocking. Maybe a woodpecker. Maybe someone sending a message. You've entered the world of signals, songs, and smoke. The subtle communication web of the medieval traveler. The unwritten code passed between strangers across fields, forests, and fire pits. The difference between wandering and being found. You step off the road into a low dip where the land folds like a sleeping blanket. Here, among the thistles and gorse, you see it, a line of smoke, curling up from behind a boulder, not from a full fire, but a small, controlled smudge fire, just enough to send a signal, not enough to cook, not enough to reveal location to unfriendly eyes. You approach slowly, respectfully, and spot the maker, an old woman in a rough green tunic, spooning wet moss onto coals. The smoke thickens, then tapers off. She doesn't look up. She doesn't need to. She's not making a fire for you. She's making a message. In medieval life, especially beyond towns and walls, smoke was a language. 1 puff meant rest. 2 meant safe to approach. 3, danger or illness. You step back. 1 puff. Okay, you're not the one she's calling. You were just in range. You walk on, but more alert now, listening. In the distance, you hear a melody. 3 rising notes hummed lazily, half swallowed by wind. You hum it back, softly. That's a traveler's greeting. No words, just tone. If someone answers with the same pattern, you know they've walked too, and probably aren't here to rob you. Music was map and passport in the medieval world. Pilgrims sang shared verses. Monks chanted call and response to marked trails between abbeys. Even outlaws had tunes. Low, whistled refrains that marked camp, warned of patrols, or asked for bread. And knocking? That mattered too. A knock on a tree trunk, not once, but twice. Then silence. It's a kind of doorbell, a polite, "Anyone here?" in bark and rhythm. You try it now as you pass a hollow oak. 1 knock, pause. 2 more, no answer, just a squirrel. But still, you asked, and sometimes that's all it takes. You reach a small rise and look out across the valley. There, like punctuation in the landscape, is a stone cairn, carefully stacked. You count the stones. 5. Not a grave. A marker. Possibly a guidepost. In some regions, Travelers left coded markers for others. Sticks arranged in triangles, knots of wool on branches, certain flowers bent and tied in a particular way. A white feather might mean a clean well nearby. A bundle of straw in the crook of a tree might warn of sickness ahead. Historians still argue whether these signal systems were organized or organic. Some believe they developed naturally. Folk traditions turned navigation tools. Others think secret orders or trade guilds created them for members on the road. Either way, they worked. And so did sound. You remember a tale from a tanner who traveled with 2 spoons, not for eating, but for tapping rhythms as he walked. One beat meant he was alone. Another meant he needed help. Some claimed the rhythm could repel wolves. More likely, it just kept loneliness at bay. You pass another sign, 3 stones lined like an arrow beside the path. Not accidental. Someone wants others to turn left at the next fork. You trust it. You turn. Later. You find a small clearing with a fire circle still warm. A song has been scratched into a flat piece of bark nearby. You hum it softly, the melody oddly familiar. You sit for a moment. Breathe. Listen. Birds sing without care. Wind rustles. And somewhere, someone hums your tune back. Just once. You smile. Because that's survival too. Not just in body, but in belonging. In knowing you're not the only one out here. That there are others walking, singing, signaling. You rise. Add 1 small twig to the circle of stones. No flame. No smoke. Just a sign. I passed through. I saw. I heard. I'm still here. And you walk on? The path you follow now narrows, winding between tall grasses and the hushed breath of the woods. The birds have quieted. Even the wind seems cautious. Instinct whispers that this stretch of road is not for singing. You lower your hood, tuck your cloak close, and you walk softly. This is where the next survival lesson lives, blending in to stay alive. Medieval life wasn't all firelight and friendly faces. Travelers had to gauge each village, each stranger, each twitch of the forest, like it was a test. And sometimes, the best choice wasn't a bold one. It was disappearance. You pass a thicket with branches just wide enough to slip through. You do. Slowly. You crouch. You become part of the brush. The green wraps around you. And now, unless someone knew exactly what to look for, you're gone. You remember a trick shared by an ex-scout. Move when the wind moves. Let your feet fall when the breeze stirs leaves. That way, the sound of your step is swallowed. You move again. Slowly. A step, a pause, a breath. You're not hiding because someone's chasing you. You're hiding because someone might. Bandits. Militia. Just a drunk farmer who doesn't like strangers on the edge of his land. So you vanish. Not entirely, but enough. Disguises weren't just for nobles or spies in medieval tales. They were daily survival gear. A pilgrim's badge could get you past toll collectors. A monk's robe might earn you shelter. A mud-streaked tunic and downcast eyes could save you from being noticed altogether. Sometimes, people even smeared soot or clay on their faces, dulled the shine of metal, reversed their cloaks to hide embroidery. Anything to avoid standing out. You crouch behind a fallen log, adjusting the cloth around your face, not because you're afraid, but because you're aware. That's different. That's power. You hear voices? 2 men, speaking low and sharp, walking fast. Not soldiers, but not travelers either. You stay still. Your breath goes shallow. Your spoon is in your hand, not as a weapon, but as comfort. They pass. You wait another minute. Then you stand slowly, brush the dirt from your knees, and resume walking in the opposite direction. Historians still debate how much travelers relied on disguise versus open passage. Some argue most people carried tokens or letters of passage, some real, some forged. Others believe that behavior was your greatest mask. Silence, submission, eye contact, or lack of it. You reach a shallow stream and wade through it, carefully. Mud scrapes your boots, water chills your toes, but your tracks vanish. No one can follow what's not there. When you emerge on the far bank, you pause to rinse your hands. The water is cold, but clear. You splash your face, and with each drop, you shed the last few miles of tension. Then, on instinct, you smear a line of mud across your cloak. It's a little dramatic, but you're allowed a moment of flair. You move on, stepping through a narrow gap between boulders, the road opening again into open fields. The danger has passed, but the awareness stays. And you realize, blending in wasn't just a reaction. It was a mindset. A refusal to challenge the world when it wasn't necessary. A softness that said, not today. A patience that could outlive storms. In a world without papers, without borders, without street signs. Being invisible was sometimes your safest form of identity. You stop to rest under a crooked willow, half bent like a tired monk. You sit in its shade and take a slow breath. A bee buzzes past your head. The wind returns. Light dapples your arms. You're no longer hiding, but you haven't forgotten how. The sun crests above the tree line now, stretching your shadow long across the road like it's testing your silhouette for weaknesses. You feel it warm your shoulders, your sleeves, your scalp beneath the hood. But the heat doesn't soak through. Not yet. And that's where your wool earns its praise. You've made it this far, wrapped in what medieval people once called nature's miracle fiber. Not linen, not fur, not leather, but wool, spun, woven, and shaped into the cloak you haven't taken off for 2 days now. It's itchy. Yes, it smells like wet barn, but you're not cold. You're not soaked. You're not steaming in your own sweat. Wool just works. In medieval times, it clothed everyone from shepherds to kings. It was the backbone of Europe's economy, the reason for wars and wealth, and the one material that showed up in almost every survival kit, whether in the form of tunics, hose, blankets, or socks thick enough to smother bad dreams. You tug your cloak tighter around your neck and think about how this fabric, unassuming, humble, and sheep-born, still outperforms many modern textiles. It insulates even when wet. It breathes. It resists fire, shrugs off dirt, and somehow manages to smell tolerable longer than most travelers do. There's a patch on your sleeve where the weave has worn thin. You remember the woman who stitched it, somewhere outside a hill town, with hands like bark and a voice like bread crust. She mended it with scrap wool and a bone needle, muttering something about never throw away the sheep's gift. You didn't argue. And now, here in this stretch of open air, wool is once again doing its quiet, heroic work. It traps the morning's chill before it can reach your bones. It lets heat escape from your back as you walk uphill. It even blocks the occasional thorn that would tear through linen in an instant. You find a rock, sit down, and run your hand along the fabric's surface. Coarse, yes, but solid, dependable. Every thread a curled memory of the sheep that grew it and the hands that spun it. Historians have long praised wool not just for clothing, but for survival. Sailors wrapped themselves in wool layers before crossing freezing waters. Monks draped their shoulders in heavy wool robes. Shepherds slept in the field, wrapped in nothing but woolen cloaks and the heat of their own breath. And the wool hood, what you wear now, is particularly beloved. It keeps rain from your neck. It mutes wind. It hides your face just enough to give you a little anonymity, a little safety. You stand again, brush dust from your knees, and begin walking. Along the path, you pass a pile of broken carts, half a wheel here, a splintered axle there, abandoned after a storm, maybe, or after bandits. You check for cloth. A ripped bit of linen flutters. No wool. That was taken? Kept, because it always is. You reach into your pouch and pull out your gloves. Thin, fingerless, but wool all the same. They slide on like memory, softening the bite of the wind without dulling your grip. Another trick. Wool doesn't make your fingers useless. You can still hold a knife, still tie a rope, still catch a falling spoon, should disaster strike. As you climb a rocky slope, the sun sharpens. You sweat a little. You loosen your cloak, tuck one side under your belt. Let air flow. The wool adjusts with you, keeps your core warm, your limbs cool. There's a reason shepherds wore this same setup in every season. And when night comes again, because it always does, you'll curl under your cloak like it's the pelt of a guardian animal. You'll feel it insulate your breath. You'll hear the breeze rattle the trees, and you'll smile, knowing that the sheep's offering is stronger than wind. You think back to a line carved above a hearthstone in a northern inn. The sheep remembers the storm, so you don't have to. You walk on, and your wool walks with you. The road has grown rough again. No more smooth dirt or flattened trail. Just a narrow ribbon of stone-studded mud winding between hedgerows like a path someone forgot to finish. Your feet ache. Your knees protest. But you press on, slower now, with the weary grace of someone who understands a simple truth. Discomfort is part of the deal. That's the next trick medieval people mastered, and one modern minds resist more than most. They made peace with discomfort, not by enjoying it, but by accepting it. You step carefully around a puddle that's deep enough to drown a small duck, and realize that, today, your boots are never going to be dry. That your shoulders will ache no matter how you adjust your pack. That the wind has picked up just enough to find that one exposed spot between cloak and collar. And that's okay. In medieval life, there was no promise of comfort, no belief that pain was an error. Cold wasn't a crisis. Soreness wasn't a signal to stop. It was just the landscape, part of the world, like fog or thorns or thunder. You pass a stone fence, crumbling, but still proud. And remember how monks used to walk barefoot as a spiritual practice, not because they liked it, but because they believed that leaning into discomfort stripped away illusion. That pain focused the mind. That cold brought clarity. You shift your pack slightly, and the weight rubs at a familiar spot on your shoulder blade. It's tender now. Tomorrow, it might blister. But even that doesn't bother you as much as it used to, Because you're learning the same lesson medieval travelers lived every day. Not everything needs fixing. Sometimes your job is to move through the ache. You stop beside a thorn bush and pull out your water skin. The leather is damp from dew, but the water inside is clean, cold. You drink. Slowly. Not because it feels good, but because your body needs it. That's another medieval trick. Serve the body even when the mind complains. Further up the hill, a shepherd leans against a staff, watching you. He doesn't wave, doesn't smile, just nods once, an acknowledgement of shared effort. You nod back. Discomfort builds resilience. But more than that, it builds perspective. You stop wishing things were easy and start appreciating that they're possible. Your stomach grumbles. You have food, but not much. Just enough to keep moving. So you chew slowly on a strip of dried fruit from yesterday. It's tough, a bit sour, but nourishing. And here's the surprise. The less you demand from comfort, the more pleasure you find in small things. Warmth from your own breath under the hood. The way your foot finds the flattest part of a stony path. The sudden sweetness in water when you haven't tasted it in hours. Historians still puzzle over how medieval people endured such long periods of hardship, disease, cold, poor harvests, constant labor. But maybe it's simpler than we think. Maybe they just didn't expect ease. Maybe they understood something we're still remembering. Discomfort is a season, not a sentence. You crest the hill, breathing heavily now. Your legs burn. Your back throbs. But the view opens up. A shallow valley bathed in light, dotted with stone cottages, and one narrow stream that glitters like melted glass. And in that moment, all the pain feels earned. You sit. You pull your knees to your chest. The ground is lumpy, the grass damp, the wind steady. But none of it matters, because you're still here, still warm enough, still strong enough, still going. You lean back onto your elbows, stare at the sky, and let the discomfort pass through you like a visitor that doesn't need a chair. You don't need everything to feel good. You just need to keep walking. The valley below stretches wide and welcoming, framed by low stone fences and the lazy curve of a meandering stream. You descend slowly, one careful step at a time, your boots skidding on loose gravel. The discomfort still lingers, but now it walks beside you like a companion you've grown used to. One who doesn't talk much, but sticks around anyway. As you near the first cottage, you spot signs of life. Smoke curling from a crooked chimney. Laundry flapping on a line. A wooden pail tipped near the well. No barking dog, though. That's good. You approach slowly, with your hood pulled slightly forward, shoulders low. Not out of fear, but out of respect. You've entered someone else's world now. And that brings you to the next medieval survival skill, navigating by people, not just by place. They didn't have detailed maps or satellite images. They had memory, rumor, saints' days, and the communal compass, the quiet, instinctive knowledge that survival often came not from what you carried, but from who you found. You knock gently at the side gate. A pause, then a woman appears. Gray hair tied with string, hands wiped on her apron, eyebrows already asking, "Who are you, and what do you want?" You speak softly, offer a small bow, and say what travelers have said for centuries. "I'm passing through. I mean no trouble. Just looking for a safe path, maybe a bit of news." That last part, The news? That's your currency. Because in a medieval world, information was gold, and travelers carried it. Not gossip, but updates. The river's too high, 2 valleys over. Bandits were spotted by the birch woods. A monastery near the coast is giving out oatcakes to pilgrims. You share what you know, and in return, she nods, gestures you toward a bench, and pours you a ladle of thin soup from the pot outside. It's mostly broth and herbs, but it tastes like kindness. While you eat, she gives you directions, not in steps or miles, but in stories. You'll pass a hollow tree with a lightning scar. Turn left. When you smell garlic, you're close to the village, but avoid the stone bridge, washed out last month. Use the footpath behind the chapel instead. This is how navigation works out here. The landmarks are living things, tied to smell and sound, memory and myth. Travelers collect these directions like talismans, comparing notes, sketching rough trails in dirt or on bits of bark. And every villager is part map, part sentinel. You thank her, clean your bowl with a crust of bread, and ask if she's heard anything about the markets to the west. She has. Prices are rising. The roads are safe-ish. And if you see a man with a red cap and a limp, don't trust him. You nod. That's worth remembering. Historians still argue how medieval routes were maintained without signs or central records. Some point to church networks, abbeys marking distance by chimes or lanterns. Others highlight the importance of oral cartography, the landscape mapped in the minds and mouths of those who lived in it. You finish your meal, offer a small token, a smooth stone carved with a cross. She takes it without speaking and tucks it into her apron pocket. You've paid your way with presence, with listening, with humility, and now, with a few directions and one wary warning tucked into your memory, you step back onto the road, feeling less alone. Because you're part of a chain now, each person you meet is a link. Each bit of advice, a thread in the map. You look up. A hawk circles above, riding warm air. The clouds are soft. The wind has shifted. You follow the garlic smell first, just as she said. Then the lightning-scarred tree. It's there, blackened, twisted, unmistakable. You smile. She wasn't guessing. She was guiding. And out here, where the world is still wide and the path is still dirt, the best compass you have is still other people. Their words, their trust, their firelight that glows faintly through a shutter after dark. So you keep walking, because someone else down the road will ask you too, what do you know? And you'll tell them, the sun is low now, spilling gold across the ridgeline like a slow candle tipping sideways. Your shadow stretches ahead of you as if trying to get home faster than you can. You pass the garlic field, the hollow tree, the chapel ruins, each one exactly as described. The road rises once more beneath your feet, but you barely notice, because your pack has become lighter, not because you've eaten through it, though the cheese is mostly gone, but because you've finally learned to carry only what matters. That's the last trick from the medieval world, maybe the wisest one. Carry everything that matters and nothing that doesn't. You reach a resting spot near an outcropping of rock and set down your pack. Not much in it now. Your cloak, your water skin, your pouch of herbs, a bit of bread wrapped in cloth, your spoon, a small flint, and a strip of dried meat. Simple things, useful things. No gold, no clutter. You kneel and begin to unpack slowly, reverently. Each item has earned its place. In the Middle Ages, travel packs weren't overstuffed. They were functional, stripped down by need and by the simple truth that the heavier the burden, the shorter the journey. You think of those who traveled before you, pilgrims to Canterbury, traders walking from one dusty market town to the next, messengers carrying letters on scraps of vellum across 3 kingdoms. They packed light, and they packed right. A bit of dried fruit, a flask of vinegar for water purification, an extra pair of hose, a waxed cloth to keep the rain off, maybe a keepsake, a ribbon, a coin with a hole through it, a piece of antler carved with a saint's name, but never more than they could carry, never more than they needed to live. You look over your own belongings, your knife, worn and chipped, but still sharp, your cloak, still damp at the hem, but rich with the scent of fire and time, your journal, made from bark and bound with string, not because it's necessary, but because remembering is. You pick it up and trace the latest page, a rough drawing of the stone cairn from yesterday, and a single line, 3 puffs of smoke. One answer, that's all. That's enough. Historians have uncovered traveler kits buried with their owners, small bundles tucked beside bones. Always the same few things: spoon, blade, thread, fire starter, token. Not because these people had little, but because they chose little. Every ounce you carry costs you distance. Every useless item means less room for what sustains. So now, you sit on your rock, sun on your back, and consider what you'll keep. You wrap your herbs tighter. Check the stitching on your pouch. You sharpen your flint with a bit of stone. You cut a corner off your bread, not for now, but for the morning. And then you sit, quietly, because when the fire's built and the food is eaten, what's left is this: you, the road, the wisdom you've carried, and none of that weighs anything at all. The light fades gently, brushing across your hands. You begin to settle in for the night. Slowly, you lay your cloak out across the softest part of the stone, arrange your pack beneath your head, and place your spoon where it always goes, within reach, beneath your palm. The wind shifts. You hear a distant owl, and closer still, the sound of a fox padding across dead leaves. But you're unbothered. You've earned your sleep, because you've survived the way medieval people did, by walking wisely, by carrying less, by knowing what truly matters. You close your eyes. The stars come out, and everything you need is already with you. And now, with your body warm and your thoughts quiet, the fire low and flickering beside your shoulder, you let the day release its grip. You feel the cloak settle gently across your chest, the stone at your back molded now to your shape. The road no longer calls. Not tonight. It simply hums, low and steady, like a lullaby whispered by the earth itself. You breathe in, slow and deep, and exhale the weight of the day. The footsteps, the hunger, the wind. Let them all pass through you now, like soft shadows. Let them drift away. Above, the stars spread like scattered oats across dark velvet. No city lights, no maps. Just old patterns your ancestors once named and followed. You trace one with your eye, then let it fade. Around you, the forest breathes. The trees do not rush. The stones do not complain. Even the animals are quiet now, tucked into their own pockets of warmth, their own circles of survival. You're not apart from this. You're part of it, woven into the silence, supported by it. You let your hand rest on your spoon, still warm from use. You smile, barely, and then the smile fades, not from sadness, but from softness, from peace. Your breath slows, your thoughts loosen, and at last, with no need for walls or locks or lights, you slip into sleep. The kind of sleep that only comes when everything you carry carries you, too. The disease. All medieval kings feared for life. Tonight we're slipping back into a world where crowns didn't just shine, they trembled, where kings ruled over armies, gold, and vast empires. And yet one unknown illness could send them bolting from their marble halls like frightened mice. Tonight's journey isn't about war or politics. It's about sweat. Terrifying, deadly, royal sweat. You're seated in a great hall. Stone walls thick with tapestries. Flames flickering in golden sconces. Outside, horses whinny, servants bustle. And somewhere down the corridor, a scribe is trying to find a word that rhymes with divine right. But the king isn't here. He left, quietly, in the middle of the night. No warning. No farewell feast. Just a pile of hastily abandoned robes, and one deeply worried physician who has already asked the heavens 5 times if sneezing counts as a symptom. Because something is coming. Something strange. Something even monarchs couldn't fight with armies. It starts with a chill, then a sudden flush of heat, then sweat, buckets of it. You think you've been cursed, or bitten, or hexed, but no, this is something worse. And here's the kicker. You've got less than 24 hours, because tonight, you'll walk the palace corridors where real fear lived. Not fear of daggers or dragons, but of a disease so quick, so unpredictable. It made even the boldest monarchs change their trousers. And no, we're not talking about the Black Death. This one's faster, stranger, and for a little while, it was known as the disease all medieval kings feared for life. You step through the doorway of a candlelit antechamber. The guards are tense. The physician won't stop fidgeting with his sleeves. There's talk of a courtier who collapsed during Mass and was dead by Vespers. No wounds, no bleeding, just drenched in sweat and gone. The nobles whisper, the kitchen staff prays. The royal laundress hasn't stopped working for 3 days. You're hearing a phrase now, over and over, the sweating sickness. Some call it Sutor Anglicus, the English sweat, because that's where it started. And if rumor is true, that's where it likes to stay. But no one really understands what it is. It isn't plague. It isn't typhoid. It seems to leap over towns, ignore peasants, and strike courtiers with a kind of cruel precision. A servant runs by you. His eyes are wide. His tunic clings to his skin. He mutters something under his breath. Something about a bishop. Something about a chapel. And something about sweat so profuse it's soaked through his mattress. You start to understand why the king left. Not for strategy, not for diplomacy, for survival. Because even monarchs, shielded by privilege and polished armor, feared one simple, steaming truth. This disease didn't care who you were. It only cared that you were near. And unlike so many medieval threats, you couldn't duel it. You couldn't banish it. You couldn't bribe it with jewels or vows. You could only run. You pass an open window and catch a whiff of rose water and vinegar. Someone is trying to cleanse the air. It won't help. But they don't know that yet. Outside, the moon is rising. The bells in the chapel toll. Another noble has passed. And you, somewhere in the dark of this grand old hall, start to feel warm. Not just warm. Sweaty. The warmth creeps over your skin like a whispered warning. At first, it's nothing. Just the heavy air. Maybe. Or the thick wool of your tunic. But then your palms start to dampen. Your neck prickles. And someone nearby murmurs, "Not again." The sweating sickness didn't start with a bang. No clouds of flies. No ghastly boils. No screams in the marketplace. Just a flicker of unease. And then, downpour. It began, they say, in 1485. Right around the time a tutor named Henry VII was busy winning a throne at the Battle of Bosworth. He may have taken the crown, but he also, quite possibly, brought something darker back to London. Nobody knew what to call it at first. People collapsed suddenly, sometimes in the streets, sometimes during prayer. Men who were healthy in the morning were laid out on boards by evening, their shirts soaked through and their hearts racing as if chased by devils. You step into a smaller room now, an old chapel used for private prayer. The air here is still, thick with incense and the soft mutter of half-spoken Hail Marys. A boy sits slumped in the corner, face pale and shining. His lips move, but you can't hear the words. The disease spread fast. Sometimes a house would be fine in the morning, and by dusk, 3 of its occupants would be gone. It didn't seem to move like other illnesses, not door to door, but in strange leaps and skips, as though it were selecting its victims with morbid taste. You start to feel your heart quicken, maybe from fear, maybe from something else. It wasn't like the plague. No black buboes, no slow wasting. This was speed. That was part of what made it so terrifying. A headache, a bit of nausea, and then a flood of sweat, shivering, panic, and then, often, silence. It hit London hardest first, then outward. Oxford, Cambridge, monasteries, palaces. It seemed to love wherever nobles gathered. Places with feasts, with fabric, with tight quarters and stressed servants. The closer to wealth, the more deadly. You shift your weight and glance at the altar. Someone's left a bowl of vinegar and sprigs of thyme. An offering, or a desperate disinfectant. Medieval medicine was still groping in the dark, unaware of bacteria, but instinctively suspicious of smells. Bad air, they thought, carried bad spirits, so they masked the stink with perfume and prayer. Neither helped. Historians still argue whether the sweating sickness was truly new in 1485 or just a rebranding of an older illness. But one thing's clear. It felt different. People knew it. People ran from it. Even the king, Henry VII, newly crowned and already deeply unpopular, moved fast to protect his court. He left London, restricted access to the palace, barred entry to his own attendants if they so much as sniffled. You can't blame him. You walk out into the corridor again. It's quieter now. Quieter than it should be. The torches flicker. A young noble passes you, his face flushed and his collar open, as though he's already sweating. You step aside quickly. No one knew how to stop it. Not priests, not physicians, not herbalists. They only knew how to hope it passed them by. And if it did, if you made it through the first 24 hours, chances were you'd live. That was the strange thing. It killed fast. But if you could make it through the night, survival became likely. You pause by a narrow window. Outside, rain begins to fall. Not heavy, but steady. You can hear it tapping on the stone, like it's keeping time with your pulse. You remember hearing that during the first wave. People started carrying small bells or clappers, so others would know if they fell sick mid-journey, and that some noble houses posted guards, not for defense, but to prevent anyone from entering. The sickness didn't leave room for grace. No time for last rites, no elaborate goodbyes. Just a collapse, a gasp, a drenched shirt, and then stillness. You swallow hard and touch your neck. It's damp. But is it the air? Or is it the beginning? You turn back down the hallway, and your thoughts echo with a single idea. No matter how many crowns a man wore, how many walls he built, or how many swords bowed to him, he could never sweat his way to safety. Your footsteps echo now. Slow, careful, measured. The kind of pace you adopt when your instincts tell you the danger isn't ahead, but already in the room with you. You wipe your brow with your sleeve and keep walking, but your thoughts are racing. Because this illness, it's not interested in the poor. It seems to prefer velvet. That's what's most unsettling. The richer you were, the faster you died. The sweating sickness was oddly selective, unlike plague, which tore through peasant villages and crowded city slums. This fever burned its way through the nobility, courtiers, scholars, and merchants. It didn't linger in the fields. It hunted in halls. You slip through a curtained arch and enter the outer chamber of the royal apartments. The floor beneath your boots is smooth, almost too smooth, marble chilled by absence. The room is mostly empty now, except for a half-eaten plate of food and a velvet glove dropped on the floor like a silent question. One theory says the disease favored the rich because of contact, banquets, court gatherings, shared goblets, and cramped ballrooms. Others suggest it was stress. Royalty lived under pressure, and their immune systems paid the price. But the whisper you hear from the courtier beside the window is different. He says, "It hates gold." He says, "It hates silk." You're not sure what he means, but he looks terrified, and his sleeves are stained with sweat. You move toward a side door and slip through into a narrower hallway, the kind usually reserved for servants or messengers. The air is cooler here, quieter. You can breathe. And you begin to wonder, did the illness really choose the wealthy? Or did the poor simply not matter enough to write about? Historians still debate that point. The records focus on prominent deaths. Knights, dukes, scholars, the sons of rich merchants. But it's possible the disease struck everyone. It's just that no one bothered to document the farmer who died in his hayloft or the washerwoman who collapsed near the riverbank. Still, the trend feels real. When entire court banquets ended with half the guests dead within a day, people began to talk. You pass a hanging tapestry, its woven colors dulled by smoke and time. It shows a king on horseback, slaying a dragon. You almost laugh. The dragon didn't kill this king. The fever did. It's said that noble families fled cities with such speed that they left furniture behind, that they rode into the countryside with nothing but cloaks and prayer books. refusing to sleep indoors for fear of bad air. You pause near a window and look down at the courtyard. A circle of chairs has been abandoned. Goblets spilled. A lute lies on the flagstones. Maybe they were in the middle of a song. Then someone coughed. You back away from the window and keep walking. A few more rooms. A few more hushed voices. A physician stands beside a bucket, wringing out cloths soaked in vinegar and rosewater. He doesn't look at you, just mumbles. Too warm. Too warm. Must cool them. That's another irony. All that wealth, and still no help. No medicine worked. Not gold. Not prayer. Not status. Kings died just as quickly as the barbers who trimmed their beards, and that terrified them. Royal families began drafting wills earlier, making sure succession was airtight. Some even started sleeping in separate quarters. With food delivered on trays, no one dared touch with bare hands. You reach a door marked with a chalk cross. It's meant as a warning. Inside, silence. The kind of silence that lingers after someone's last breath. You don't enter. You don't need to. You already know what's there. You move on. Because the fear is rising again. Not just yours, but the kingdom's. Every hall, every room, every damp corridor holds the echo of footsteps that will never return. And every noble still living has one thought. Am I next? Your breath fogs lightly as you push open a heavy door and step into another hall. Long, narrow, candlelit at odd intervals. Dust drifts through sunbeams like drifting ash, and somewhere in the stillness, a floorboard creaks, though no one walks there. You're in the wing they try not to talk about, the one where the sickness first arrived. The servants whisper the name like it's a spell they're scared to say wrong. Sudor Anglicus, the English sweat, not because it only struck the English, but because it was born here, or so they believed. A strange gift, or punishment, that no other land could claim. The first reports came in 1485, just after the Battle of Bosworth, just as Henry Tudor became Henry VII. Some blamed the army's movement, the press of soldiers, the filth of battle. Others muttered about curses and bloodlines. Either way, the timing wasn't ideal. A new king, a strange new disease. No wonder people panicked. You move slowly down the corridor. The air is cooler here, but charged, like the space hasn't finished exhaling. You notice the walls are different. Fewer tapestries, more open stone, easier to scrub down, easier to abandon. They say the sweat would come on suddenly. A man might be eating dinner, lifting his goblet to his lips, and then freeze. A wave of unease, a tightening in the chest. Then, the heat. A fever so abrupt, it felt like being doused in boiling oil from the inside out. One survivor described it as a devil sitting on my chest, pressing until I could not cry out. And then the sweat, drenching, constant, as if the body was trying to pour the sickness out. Shivers, delirium, a pounding heart. You reach a doorway half blocked by a table. Someone pushed it there long ago. You move it carefully and peek inside. The room beyond is bare, stripped to stone, with only a cot, a single chair, and a discarded rag near the door. This was a holding room, a quarantine cell, a place where someone was taken, perhaps still upright, but not expected to walk out. The illness struck in waves, not just through the body, but through the land. 1485, 1507, 1517, 1528, 1551. Each time it came back, it arrived like a rumor at first, then a whisper, then a sprint for the gates. In 1528, it spread through England in less than a month, and this time, it didn't stay put. It leapt across the Channel, hit Calais, then Hamburg, then northward through the Low Countries and into Scandinavia. But, and here's the curious thing, it stopped at the Alps. No one knows why. Historians still argue whether it was the climate, altitude, population density, or some fluke of wind and prayer. But Sutor Anglicus never touched Italy, never reached Spain. It seemed to favor England and her neighbors, like it missed home. You step further into the empty room. The stone under your boots is discolored in places, scrubbed clean, but never entirely. You press your palm to the wall. It's cool, still, like the breath of a cave. And then you notice something? A set of nails embedded in the far beam. 4 of them, evenly spaced, just enough to hang a set of robes. You imagine the person who once stood here, not yet collapsed, not yet gone, sweating, maybe praying, listening for help that wouldn't come. And beyond the sickness, the worst part was this. It robbed people of certainty, of time, of rhythm. Other illnesses gave warnings, gave patterns. But the English sweat gave nothing but urgency. A man could rise healthy at dawn and be buried by dusk. Doctors tried to track its arrival like a ghost. Towns would ring bells, post warnings, flee in droves. But it always moved faster, like it already knew the way. You back out of the cell, quietly, almost reverently. The hallway feels warmer now, or maybe you do. You remember the stories told in the kitchens, about the first knight who fell, about the nun who locked herself in the bell tower and rang the alarm until her voice failed, about the townsfolk who burned sweet herbs in the streets, hoping to confuse it with perfume. But it never smelled with a nose. It never walked with feet. It simply appeared. And no one, not even a king, could say where it would strike next. You've stopped keeping track of how many corridors you've walked. They all feel the same now. Stone underfoot, flickering torchlight overhead, and that ever-present hush, like the walls themselves are holding their breath. But this hall is different. You feel it immediately. It's warmer, heavier. The tapestries hang limp, the candles burn low, and the scent in the air isn't smoke or incense. It's sweat, thick and sharp, like wool left too long in the rain. This is where it happened, where someone caught it. And tonight, you're going to feel what that was like. Because this illness didn't begin with a scream. It began with a feeling, like something crawling under your skin. You imagine waking up in a fine feather bed, sunlight cutting through stained glass, and noticing that your shirt is wet, not damp, soaked. You sit up, your chest pounding for no reason. You feel hot, flushed, not just your face, but everywhere. Like you've been standing too close to the fire for too long. And the worst part? You feel afraid. That's the first real symptom of the sweating sickness. Panic. A full-body, inexplicable sense that something is terribly wrong. Not anxiety, not dread. Something primal, like your body knows before your mind does. You swing your legs out of bed. Your nightshirt clings to your back. The air in the room feels wrong. The servants are whispering, Someone is crying softly just beyond the wall. You try to speak, but your throat is dry, scratchy. You reach for a cup of water, and your hand trembles just enough to spill it. That's when it starts. The fever. Soaring. Sudden. No slow buildup. Just heat. Everywhere. You feel your heartbeat pounding against your ribs like it's trying to escape. Your breath shortens. You lie back down, but can't get comfortable. You toss. You sweat. Your sheets are wet. You kick them off. The chill makes you shiver. This is how it began for so many. Nobles, courtiers, messengers, even priests in mid-sermon. There's a story from 1528. A man began to sweat while praying. He stood, stumbled, and collapsed before reaching the altar rail. By the time his brother crossed the aisle to help him, he was already gone. Historians still argue whether the panic was a symptom or a reaction. Some believe it was an early sign, an effect of rising fever. Others suggest it was psychosomatic, spread like a nervous contagion, that people were simply so afraid of the illness that fear itself became the first domino. You walk deeper into the room. The walls are damp. The windows are open, despite the cold. Someone thought air would help. They were wrong. The illness didn't respond to cool breezes or open space. Sometimes it struck even faster in well-ventilated halls. Once the fever peaked, the sweating began. Rivers of it. Clothing could be wrung out, mattresses soaked through. One letter from the time describes a patient glowing like wax before the flame. And then, almost always, came the collapse. You try to imagine it, your vision blurring, your legs refusing to cooperate, the sense that your skin is too tight. Then nothing. A slip into unconsciousness. Sometimes death followed within minutes, sometimes hours. If you survived the night, if you made it past that first terrible wave, your odds improved dramatically. But that if was a razor's edge. You hear footsteps behind you, soft, slow, unhurried. A physician enters the room, holding a bowl of rosewater and a strip of linen. He looks tired. Not sick, but worn down. You step aside as he moves to the cot in the corner. Someone is there now, a figure covered in layers of damp cloth. You hadn't noticed them before. They don't move. The physician hums softly as he wipes the person's brow. The cloth is already wet. He mutters, "If they live till morning, they might just see another sunrise." You don't stay to find out. You walk out slowly, the hallway darker now than when you entered. The air feels tighter around your throat. You unlace your collar just a bit. You're not sick. Probably. But you understand now why the illness was so feared. Not just because it killed fast, but because it made every warm flush feel like death. You're no longer surprised when a noble corridor turns into a ghost town. This next one should be alive with voices. Attendants hurrying past, pages calling out messages, dogs barking as they chase after dropped scraps. But it's quiet. Too quiet. The fire in the grand hearth has been allowed to go out. The air is cool, but not comfortable. The sort of cool that reminds you you're alone. You glance around and realize this was once the king's wing. The chairs are finely carved, the wall hangings embroidered with golden thread. A tapestry near the far archway still shows a triumphant hunt scene. Lances raised, wolves snarling, a stag mid-leap. But the room has been abandoned. Quickly. because even kings fled their own palaces when the sweating sickness came. They didn't wait. They didn't argue. They ran. Henry VII was no fool. He'd fought for his throne, bled for it. And he wasn't about to be taken down by a sweating ghost that moved faster than assassins and ignored armor entirely. When word of the first cases reached his court, he cleared out of London with the kind of speed that probably surprised even his most loyal guards. And he wasn't alone. The disease struck so suddenly and so fiercely that royal households would simply evacuate, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes without warning, leaving behind food on tables, servants mid-task, candles still burning. You step into the king's solar, where a chair remains angled toward the window. Not a throne, just a simple wooden seat padded with velvet, still indented with use. Someone left in a hurry. Kings didn't trust their crowns to save them. They trusted distance, and even then, they weren't sure it would work. Some monarchs retreated to their countryside estates. Others moved constantly, believing that staying in one place too long would tempt the sickness closer. They established elaborate quarantine protocols. Guards posted at every door. Visitors turned away, unless absolutely necessary. Even priests were sometimes barred, especially if they just administered last rites to someone sweating. You find a discarded goblet on the floor near the hearth, still holding a bit of wine. A velvet cap lies beside it, forgotten. Maybe the king stood up, got word, and walked out the door without another word. Maybe he didn't run in fear. Maybe he walked out because he knew better. There's an odd pattern in the historical record. Many outbreaks seem to spare the countryside, at least at first. This fed the belief that cities were to blame. The filth, the overcrowding, the density of court life. So kings turned to castles on hills, hunting lodges, and seaside retreats. Some even sailed to river islands and lived like hermits until the sweating had passed. But the truth was, no one was safe. Not really. Historians still debate whether these royal evacuations were effective. Some argue they slowed the spread. Others say they just spread it faster by dragging it along with packed carriages, frightened nobles, and half-trained physicians. Still, there was no blueprint for this, no cure, just fear. And fear makes even the mightiest men very fast. You touch the edge of the wooden chair and feel the worn polish beneath your fingertips. You wonder how many royal plans were rewritten from this seat, how many strategies replaced by silence, how many nights passed while the king lay in bed, half asleep, wondering if the heat in his cheeks was a dream or the first wave of the fever. There's a passage near the rear wall, hidden, half concealed behind a faded tapestry. You pull it back and see stairs spiraling downward. Escape stairs, meant for emergencies. And in this palace, they were well used. Because when your own physicians start to sweat, when your guards grow pale, when your wife won't sleep in the same room, you don't wait to see how bad it gets. You leave. Even if it means slipping down the back stairs in your nightshirt, even if it means abandoning your crown on the pillow, you leave. Because the sickness doesn't kneel. It just follows. You descend the spiral staircase slowly, your hand brushing the stone wall for balance. Each step feels colder than the last, and yet you're sweating again. Whether it's the climb, the air, or just the story you've stepped into, you don't know. But you do know this. By the time most people noticed the symptoms, it was already too late. Because this wasn't a slow fade, this was a crash. And the symptoms that followed, well, even plague survivors whispered that this one felt crueler. You reach the bottom of the stairs and step into a smaller corridor. The ceiling presses low. The walls are damp with old moisture. This was once a service passage, meant for quiet exits and discreet arrivals. But tonight, it becomes your lens into what it felt like to catch the English sweat in full force. Imagine it. You're awake. You feel off. Warm. Yes. But something else. Something buzzing in your chest. A sense of pressure. Maybe a headache blooming at the base of your skull. Your legs ache. Not sore, but heavy, like they've been tied to weights. And then it begins. Your heart starts to pound, not just beat, hammer, fast, erratic, like a drum played by someone who drank too much mead. Your breath shortens. You try to sit, then stand, then sit again. You can't get comfortable. Your clothes are soaked now. Every inch of fabric sticks to you like wet parchment. Your mouth is dry. You try to speak, but the words stumble. And now, you feel it. Your body is no longer under your control. This was what terrified people most. Not the sweating. That was bad. Yes, but the sense of losing grip, of your own body turning against you. You pass an old wooden bench in the hallway, warped with time. Someone once sat there, maybe trembling, maybe praying. At this stage of the illness, patients often began to hallucinate. Some claimed to see figures in the corners, shadows that moved when no one else did. A few nobles insisted they saw demons. Others heard music, loud and echoing, choirs, bells, voices they knew had already died. Historians still debate whether these visions were fever dreams or simply fear. But many first-hand accounts are eerily consistent. The sweating sickness didn't just attack the body, it invaded the mind. You pause in front of a door with a cracked frame. It's partially open. Inside, you see the remains of what was once a guest chamber. Drapes pulled aside, a chair knocked over, basin shattered on the floor. You step inside carefully. Someone died here. There's no body now, of course, but the energy lingers. A few torn pages from a prayer book lie scattered beneath the bed, and a strange smell still curls in the corners. Not rot, not mildew, something chemical, medicinal. That's the final phase. The sweat turns sour. People drench their beds, their pillows, even the floor beneath them. Servants refuse to clean the sheets. In some houses, furniture was burned, entire chambers sealed, because once someone entered this stage, they were beyond help. The pulse rose higher, the eyes grew wide and unfocused, and then collapse, not slowly, often mid-sentence or mid-prayer. There was rarely time for goodbyes. You were fine at breakfast, gone by supper, and if you did survive, you never forgot the feeling. One account describes it like being boiled and frozen at once until the soul no longer knows where it lives. You walk back into the corridor and exhale. The air is dense. Your skin is damp. You're not sick, but you understand the fear better now. It wasn't just death they feared. It was the loss of control. Even kings who face battles without blinking panicked at the sight of their own sweating hands, because nothing in the royal arsenal, no sword, no law, no title, could stop this invisible tide once it began. You emerge from the lower corridor into a courtyard washed with pale afternoon light, the air thick with stillness and the scent of rain-dampened herbs. The walls around you rise like stone giants, but they feel less protective now, more like witnesses, silent, grim, watching yet another outbreak unfold. Across the flagstones, someone walks slowly, hood drawn low, their boots scuffing the stones. You watch them go without calling out. It's better not to interrupt people in this part of the castle. Not now. This was where Henry VII once waited. Not on a throne, not in a war tent, but in a small room behind reinforced shutters, surrounded by his most trusted and most terrified attendants. Because the sweating sickness came with him, or so many believed. August 1485, fresh from his victory over Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth. The crown was finally his. The Wars of the Roses were finished. England had a new king, a new dynasty, and a brief glimmer of hope. And then people started to die. In London, men collapsed in the streets. Clerks stopped showing up to court. Nobles left banquets mid-meal, drenched and delirious. It didn't feel like coincidence. It felt like a warning. And so, some whispered it was divine punishment for the king who had taken the crown by blood. Henry, ever the cautious tactician, didn't wait. He moved his court fast, restricted access, limited ceremonies, avoided crowds, even at his coronation. The man who had just conquered a kingdom was now afraid to share a chamber. You glance up at the window of his old residence, shuttered, sealed. Somewhere behind that wall, he might have paced, glancing at his own skin every hour, waiting for the flush, the sweat, the fever that would mean his reign had lasted only a few weeks. But it didn't come. Not for him. Still, he never forgot. You pass a fountain in the center of the courtyard, dry now, covered in moss. There's a plaque at the base, faded Latin etched into stone. You brush away the grime with your sleeve and read the words aloud. Dominus det nobis, pacem, et sudorem non. May the Lord grant us peace, and not the sweat. It's not a joke. Henry VII's government issued sweating sickness proclamations within weeks of his coronation. Towns were told to monitor visitors, restrict gatherings, clean the air with herbs. Physicians were called to court. And still, people died. It wasn't until later, years later, that Henry's own son, Prince Arthur, would face the disease in his own chambers. You'll get to that. But for now, imagine Henry in his study, alone, surrounded by scrolls and maps and physicians with no answers. He'd fought through exile, defeat, rebellion, and bloodshed. And now, he was at the mercy of a fever no one understood. Historians still argue whether the disease's first surge truly began with Henry's arrival, or if it had been smoldering already, hidden among the camp followers and market vendors who traveled with armies. But the timing was unmistakable. And so, to many, the sweat became political, a royal omen, a test of legitimacy. You walk along the edge of the courtyard, the flagstones warm beneath your boots. You pass a bench where, legend has it, the king's physician once sat for hours, watching the skies, convinced that a particular cloud formation heralded another wave of deaths. You don't look up, because what mattered wasn't in the heavens. It was here, in the bones of the palace, in the rumors carried on every breath, in the silence that followed too many footsteps too soon. Henry VII survived. But the disease left a mark on him, on his court, on the very architecture of rule itself. From that point forward, monarchs wouldn't just fear rebellion or betrayal. They'd fear their own flesh turning against them, and the knowledge that if they began to sweat, no crown could save them. The path leads you out of the royal courtyard and down a quieter lane behind the great hall, where the stonework grows rougher, the arches lower, and the scent of beeswax and ink begins to fill the air. You're approaching the heart of learning, or what passed for it in medieval England. The cloisters, the libraries, the universities. And for once, you're not the only one here. A pair of figures in long robes hurry past, heads bent together in hushed conversation. One carries a book, the other clutches a cloth to his mouth. You've arrived at Oxford, or rather, one of its old colleges, because even the minds that shaped empires and mapped the heavens had to pause when the sweating sickness came. There's a door up ahead, thick, iron-braced, marked with chalk crosses that have long since faded. You step through it and into a cool, vaulted hallway lined with worn benches and arched windows. The air smells of dust and candle smoke somewhere deeper in the building. A bell tolls. This was a place built for thought, not panic. But in 1517, thought stopped. That was the year the sweating sickness returned with new fury, cutting through England's towns like a hot blade through wax. London reeled, of course, but Oxford became a ghost city. Students fled. Professors abandoned their lectures mid-sentence. Entire colleges shuttered their gates, locking themselves in with what food they had and praying it would be enough. You walk past an old lecture room. The door stands ajar, its wood warped by time and weather. Inside, rows of seats carved by generations of restless scholars. A quill lies forgotten on the lectern. Someone left in a hurry. According to accounts, it wasn't just the fear, it was the speed. One day, students debated Aristotle in the courtyard. The next, bodies were carried out through side doors. In one college, more than half the students fell ill in the span of just 2 days. And yet, for all its devastation, the disease did something unexpected. It disrupted the natural order. For a brief moment, hierarchy collapsed. Professors nursed students. Rich young heirs shared food with poor scribes. Those who remained found themselves in strange communion, united not by knowledge, but by survival. Historians still debate whether Oxford's closures in 1517 were part of an official decree or a series of spontaneous decisions made by terrified deans. The records are sparse. Many were lost or never kept. But the effect was lasting. After the outbreak, colleges revised living arrangements. Windows were added for air. Communal meals became more spaced. Even the architecture changed. The disease had redrawn the blueprint of academia. You pass another door, this one bearing the faded crest of a college. Its paint is flaking, but the motto underneath is still visible. Veritas et vita, truth and life. Ironically, both were in short supply that summer, and it wasn't just Oxford. Cambridge, too, fell into silence. So did monastic schools, cathedral libraries, even some court tutors. It's said that King Henry VIII, still a young, vigorous monarch at the time, was so shaken by the deaths at court that he dismissed several of his scholars, fearing they might carry the sickness. You step into a cloistered courtyard, surrounded by stone walls etched with names and dates. A fountain gurgles at the center, cracked but still flowing. You sit for a moment on a bench and imagine what it felt like to be a young student, finally admitted to one of the greatest learning institutions in Christendom, only to see your dormitory turned into an infirmary. Maybe you're halfway through copying a manuscript when your roommate collapses beside you. Maybe the master of your college stops mid-lecture, clutches his chest, and slumps forward into his notes. Maybe you survive, but the halls stay empty. You stand again, your boots scuffing the mossy stones, and walk toward the arched exit. On the wall nearby, a scratched phrase catches your eye, barely visible, weathered into the stone. We sweated and feared and lived still. A student's defiance? A grim joke? Maybe just a reminder that knowledge alone couldn't stop what was coming. Because in the end, no amount of study could protect you from what the sweat brought. And sometimes, even the most brilliant minds had no choice but to close the book and run. You leave the cloisters behind and follow a narrow road bordered by hedgerows and crumbling garden walls, the kind that once framed noble estates or hunting lodges. The road winds gently uphill, the air growing clearer, the silence heavier, like even the birds know not to sing here. Up ahead, there's a manor house, not as grand as a palace, but still elegant in its age-worn symmetry. Ivy climbs its stone facade, and shutters creak softly in the breeze. This was once the home of a noble family, wealthy, educated, powerful, and curious. Too curious. This is where you'll meet the young man they still whisper about, the one who should have stayed inside, the one prince who got too curious. He wasn't a fool, not by reputation. Well-read, trained in statecraft, popular among his peers. But when the sweating sickness came to town, and everyone else locked their doors and burned rosemary in the fireplaces, he went out to see what was happening. Some say it was bravery. Others say it was arrogance. But either way, the result was the same. You step through the open doorway of the manor and into a front hall dusted with disuse. A pair of riding gloves lies on the entry table, curled with age. A wooden sword leans in the corner, training tool of someone young, probably proud. The story goes like this. The household had heard of the illness creeping closer. Several servants fell ill. A stable boy died in his sleep. The cooks left. The tutor stayed, but only under protest. And the lord of the house, away on court business, had sent instructions. No one leaves, no one enters. But the young heir disagreed. He wanted to help, or investigate, or prove he was braver than fear. So, one morning, he donned his cloak, took only a walking stick and a pouch of dried herbs, and set out for the nearby village, against the warnings of every member of the household. He returned 2 days later, sweating. By sunset, he had collapsed. By midnight, the chapel bell tolled. You walk deeper into the manor. The grand sitting room still holds signs of his brief return. A book left open on the windowsill. A cushion on the floor where someone likely knelt beside his bed. A bowl of dried lavender crumbling to dust. There was nothing anyone could do. They tried everything. Cool cloths, strong infusions, whispered prayers. They wrapped him in linen soaked in vinegar and mint. They cut his palms and bled him into a goblet. They burned resin near his pillow. Nothing worked. Historians still argue whether his case even existed. The records are murky, mostly preserved in letters, estate logs, and the testimony of an aging footman. But his story became legend, because it wasn't just about a noble dying. It was about why he died. He defied the rules. He walked into the open when everyone else knew to hide. And even now, the tale is told as a warning. Don't mistake curiosity for immunity. You wander into the small family chapel. It's simple. Stone benches, a carved cross, a single candle still half burned in its holder. Someone lit it not long ago. Perhaps someone still remembers him, or fears that his ghost hasn't quite left. You kneel on one of the benches, running your hand across the smooth stone, and wonder what it felt like to lie in that bed, fever rising, heartbeat frantic, knowing your mistake couldn't be undone, that no bravery would stop the sweat, no lineage would save your lungs. Just silence. You rise again and head toward the rear gardens. Overgrown, wild, forgotten. Somewhere back here, they say, a small marker stands beneath the shade of an old beech tree. No name carved, just a date, and a simple engraving of a sword and flame. Perhaps that was his family's way of forgiving him, or reminding others not to repeat his choice. The wind picks up, rustling the long grass, and you feel it again. That strange hum in the air, that awareness of past footsteps still echoing in the dirt. You step carefully now, because the sickness didn't just punish carelessness, it punished certainty. And the ones who thought they were safe were often the first to sweat. The manor fades behind you, swallowed by trees that lean too close and whisper too much. You're back on the road again, this time walking in the ruts, carved by centuries of carts and hooves. The sky is gray now, smeared with clouds like candle smoke on slate. Ahead lies another village, or what's left of it. No laughter, no barking dogs, just shuttered windows and a single door creaking on its hinges. You've entered a town where the doctors had no idea what to do. You turn into the main square and see the signs. Cloths hanging outside upper windows. Bright colors meant to signal illness within. Buckets of herbs dumped under thresholds. Bottles of rose water arranged in tidy, hopeful rows. The smell of vinegar lingers in the air, like someone tried to erase the fear with cleaning. But it didn't work. Because this was the disease that made even physicians panic. Inside, a crumbling tavern near the edge of the square, you find what remains of one such doctor's workspace. The table is cluttered, scraps of parchment with frantic scribbles, a bowl of dried sage, a cracked mirror, and, most notably, a gleaming steel lancet, still stained with something dark. Bloodletting. It was their go-to remedy, no matter the illness. Fever, cut the vein. Headache, cut the vein. Excessive sweating, you guessed it, cut the vein. The logic was simple. Even if misguided, illness came from imbalance. Too much heat, too much moisture, too much humor in the body. And so the cure was subtraction. Remove blood, and balance returns. Except, with sweating sickness, people were already pouring liquid from every pore. And still they cut. And cut. And watched. And still they died. You pick up a scroll from the desk. The ink is smudged, but a few lines remain legible. Patient number 4, sweating begun at dawn. Pulse rapid, lips pale. Removed 12 ounces. Sweating continued. Died at noon. There are 6 more entries like that. No cures. No recoveries. just ritual, repetition, resignation. But bloodletting wasn't the only option. Some tried heat, believing that forcing the body to sweat more would purge the illness. Patients were wrapped in blankets, placed near roaring fires, and fed hot gruel laced with pepper and mustard. Others took the opposite approach. Cooling, they bathed sufferers in cold water, fanned them with damp cloths, or left them exposed to the night air, hoping the fever would flee from the chill. Still others swore by aromatics, bowls of crushed herbs placed near the bed, scented oils dabbed on the wrists. One record describes a mixture of lavender, vinegar, and boiled garlic being splashed across an entire manor floor. Nothing worked, because they weren't treating a disease. They were reacting to a mystery. You find a physician's coat hanging on a peg by the window. The fabric is fine, expensive even, but stained and stiff with old sweat. You imagine the man who wore it pacing this room, exhausted, scared, telling the family outside the door that the next step was prayer, and it often was. When leeches failed, when rose water ran dry, when the patient had passed into half-sleep delirium, doctors knelt, lit candles, read aloud, sometimes not for the patient, but for themselves. Historians still debate the role of physicians during the sweating sickness outbreaks. Some saw them as heroes, others as well-dressed guessers. Letters from nobles complain of doctors charging exorbitant fees for useless scratches and foul potions. Still, they were in demand. Desperate times hire desperate help. And some, perhaps the wisest, refused to treat at all. They fled, left towns overnight, disappeared into the countryside, robes billowing, fees unpaid, because they knew. The moment you walked into the sick room, your own sweat might not be far behind. You step out of the tavern and into the square again. It's darker now, the clouds closer. You see a pile of burned cloth at the edge of the village well. Someone tried to disinfect with fire. It didn't work, but at least they did something. Because when death comes without rules, even false rituals can feel like control. You keep walking, because this town, once filled with voices and cures and hopeful minds, learned the hardest lesson of all. Sometimes there is no cure, just waiting. And the sound of water dripping from the rafters as another doctor wipes his brow and wonders whether that sudden sweat means he's next. The road out of the village leads you through a quiet wood, where even the trees seem to hold their breath. A crow calls once and falls silent. The light flickers green through the canopy, the kind of filtered brightness that makes the world feel slightly off kilter. You pass a stream, its banks overgrown with wild mint and nettle, and for a moment, everything feels peaceful again. Until you see the altar. Not stone, not grand, just a flat plank propped between two rocks, with a scattering of odd things: a dried frog, a feather, a circle of herbs tied with twine, and a small pouch stained with something dark. You've stumbled upon the other half of medicine. The theories from the fringe. Because when doctors failed, and priests offered only silence, the people turned to whoever still claimed to know something. Hedge witches, astrologers, root cutters, dream readers, and yes, even frog binders. You kneel beside the altar, studying the strange assembly. It's easy to laugh now, easy to scoff, but in a world where a man could fall asleep healthy and never wake again, you'd try anything. Some believed the illness came from the stars, that the alignment of Saturn and Jupiter, or a rare eclipse, had unbalanced the humors of the Earth itself. Astrologers were consulted, charts drawn, birth signs considered. If you were born under Scorpio, they whispered, you might be more vulnerable, unless Venus was in the right position. Others turned to nature, not to heal, but to divert. Toads were pressed to the chest of the ill to absorb the sweat. Some left onions in the corners of sick rooms to draw in the poison. There are even reports of people hanging garlic from their bedposts in pairs, never singly, because that would anger the spirits. And then there were the kitchens. You rise and walk a little farther, where the forest path widens into what used to be a garden. A few rows of herbs still grow here, wild, overgrown, but thriving. Bay, yarrow, sage. Some people blame the food, or, more precisely, the cooks. There was a theory that sweating sickness was caused by tainted dishes prepared with too many heating ingredients: pepper, mustard, clove, spices that stoke the fire in the blood. One nobleman reportedly dismissed his entire kitchen after a single coughing fit. Another banned the use of butter during summer, claiming it thickened the blood and attracted illness. You smile a little at that one, not because it's funny, but because it sounds so familiar. Replace butter with gluten, or frogs with detox teas, and the logic lives on. Historians still debate how widespread these fringe practices were. Some dismiss them as superstition, while others argue that folk medicine was often the only option left to common people. After all, few could afford a physician, and even fewer trusted them after watching loved ones die, despite all their bleeding and rose water. At least the frog didn't charge a consultation fee. You sit beside the herb bed for a while. The wind rustles gently. Somewhere nearby, water trickles, and you realize something else. These fringe theories, bizarre as they seem, were never about madness. They were about hope. When everything rational had failed, when kings ran and doctors wept and churches locked their doors, people turned to anything that still offered a why. Because when death comes suddenly, with no explanation and no pattern, the human mind will build a pattern anyway. Out of stars, out of soup, out of toads. You stand again and press your hand lightly to a stalk of sage. The leaves are warm from the sun, soft, fragrant. You don't believe it'll stop the sweat, but you pluck one anyway, because it's not always about belief. Sometimes it's just about doing something, anything, because the one thing worse than dying quickly is dying without answers. The woods thin, and the path winds upward into high country. Stone walls crumble beside you, the remnants of old boundaries long since abandoned. Sheep bleat somewhere in the distance, and the sky opens above, a soft, colorless dome stretching toward the hills. It feels safe up here. Fresh air. No crowds. Just wind and space and sky. And that might be why this next part is so strange. Because just as fast as it arrived, the sweating sickness vanished. You pause at the crest of a small hill, looking down at a valley patched with green and gold. If you didn't know better, you'd say nothing had ever happened here. No sweating, no death, no doctors with vinegar and knives. But that's the mystery. After centuries of outbreaks, in 1485, 1507, 1517, 1528, and 1551, it stopped. Completely. No slow fade, no final surge. Just gone. You sit on a boulder warmed by the sun and try to imagine it. Entire cities emptied, courts scattered, towns bracing for another wave, and then nothing. Years passed, decades, no new cases, no whispers of fever. The fear began to fade. People stopped hanging garlic over their doors. Physicians moved on to newer plagues. The last generation to remember the sweating sickness grew old and died. And the disease never came back. No farewell letter, no closing ceremony. Just an open-ended silence that still hasn't been filled. Historians are baffled. You're not surprised. The sweating sickness never followed rules in the first place. Some scholars argue that it burned itself out, that those most susceptible had already died, and the survivors carried some kind of hidden resistance. Others suggest a mutation. Maybe the illness changed form, became something milder, or shifted into another disease entirely. And then there's the theory that it wasn't a single disease at all, but a series of different fevers mistaken for one terrifying pattern. But the timeline is too sharp, too specific. And that brings us to one of the eeriest details. The 1551 outbreak was perhaps the most documented of them all. More letters, more diaries, more death lists. People believed it would return every few decades forever. Doctors published treatises. Nobles prepared quarantine estates. Kings quietly edited their wills. And then, nothing. It was like a ghost that got bored. You run your hand along the edge of the boulder. Carved into the surface, faint and uneven, are 4 short vertical lines and 1 diagonal slash, tally marks. Someone camped here once, counted days, counted something. You wonder if they were waiting for the fever to reach them, or if they were counting the hours since they last felt the heat in their chest. You rise and walk a little farther along the ridge. The land stretches silent around you, wide, endless, clean, and maybe that's it. Maybe the fever couldn't survive emptiness. It needed bodies, clusters, densely packed nobles feasting in banquet halls, students in echoing dormitories, crowded courts where whispers and disease danced hand in hand. But out here, on the wind-brushed hills, there's nothing to catch, nothing to sweat. And yet, the fear remains. Because the most terrifying thing about a vanishing illness isn't just the mystery, it's the possibility of return. What disappears without reason can always reappear the same way. And the world never truly forgets a disease that walked through palaces, knocked down kings, and left before the crown could even cool. You stop beside a crumbled watchtower, its stones half buried in heather. There's a faded plaque nailed into a surviving beam. No name, no date, just 3 words. Let it sleep, and so it has. But no one sleeps entirely easy. Because even centuries later, some part of every royal court still listens for that first cough, still watches for that damp sheen on a prince's brow, still wonders, what if it comes back? The path dips now, winding down into a softer part of the countryside. You walk past old farmsteads, some still standing, others just foundations overtaken by brambles. The smell of wood smoke lingers faintly in the air. You pass a gate, swinging lazily on its hinge, and duck beneath a sagging row of clothesline where no clothes have hung in years. The world is quiet. Too quiet for the kind of story you're carrying in your mind. Because even though the sweating sickness disappeared, Modern minds never let it go. They've tried, for centuries, to name it. What was it? Not just in legend, but in medical terms. You sit by a stream and let your fingers trail through the water. It's cold, fast moving, clear as glass. The kind of place that might carry away thoughts, or, if you're lucky, bring answers. And the theories are many. One of the leading guesses? Hantavirus, carried by rodents, found in dust. It fits the symptoms. Rapid onset fever, muscle pain, shortness of breath, profuse sweating, and it hits fast, sometimes fatally. But even hantavirus doesn't quite match everything. The strange selectivity, the tendency to skip the very young and the very old, the apparent love of royal courts. Some suggest a form of influenza, mutated and wildly aggressive. Others say eruptive typhus, maybe anthrax, or even eruptive miliary tuberculosis. All plausible, all incomplete. One fringe theory posits a toxic mold or fungus spread through old buildings, stirred by heavy rains or poor ventilation. That would explain the strange habit of the disease skipping entire towns while leveling a single manor. You pull a damp leaf from your boot and think about that. A disease hiding in the beams of your house. A sickness waiting in the rafters. Unleashed by a thunderstorm or a change in wind. Historians still argue whether the answer lies in the disease itself or in the environment that allowed it to thrive. The late 1400s through the mid-1500s saw dramatic climate shifts, political upheaval, mass urbanization. People crammed into towns. Trade routes opened. Food supplies changed. New animals were kept indoors. Maybe the sweat wasn't a singular thing. Maybe it was a perfect storm. But even today, medical researchers can't replicate it. Not fully. Not convincingly. There are no lab samples, no preserved victims, just letters, descriptions, diagrams drawn with shaky hands by men who'd just watched their patients die in puddles of their own heat. And that's what makes it so frustrating. Because we've solved other mysteries. We've named fevers, unlocked codes and plagues, reconstructed viruses from old bones. But this one, still nameless. You rise again and follow the curve of the stream toward a grove of trees, each one carved with initials and dates from generations ago. You rest your hand on one, R.F. 1551. A survivor? Or the last to write before the sweat claimed them? The letters are worn now. The bark has grown around them, but they remain, like the disease itself, etched into the memory of the land, even if the cause has disappeared. And perhaps that's the strangest part of all. We live in an age of answers, of microscopes and models and high-speed computers. But this illness still outpaces us. It ran faster than horses, faster than prayers, and now, faster than science. Maybe it was hantavirus. Maybe not. Maybe we'll never know. But every time a new fever breaks out in the world, fast, mysterious, unexpected, people whisper, even now, in quiet corners of old hospitals, "Is this the sweat again?" And the doctors shake their heads, and the walls don't answer. The path leads you back toward civilization, though that word feels different now. After all the rooms you've walked through, the stories you've carried, the corridors soaked in silence and sweat. Civilization doesn't mean order. It means memory. You arrive at the edge of a small estate, not royal, not grand, just a home with thick shutters and a slate roof, perched on a hill overlooking the misty moors. A pair of crows sit on the gatepost. You nod at them. They don't nod back. Inside, a fire flickers. Someone's awake. Someone still keeps watch. You sit near the old stone wall surrounding the property and look out toward the horizon. The sun is lowering now, golden light brushing over fields that once fed panicked towns, over rivers that once carried infected traders, over forests that once hid the fearful. This place has healed, but something in it still remembers, because here's the final truth. Though the sweating sickness vanished from the body, it never left the bloodline. Not literally, perhaps, but kings still remember. You wouldn't know it to look at them today, shaking hands, smiling at cameras, touring hospitals. But buried in their archives, hidden in the footnotes of royal physicians' reports, lies the ghost of that disease. Because when you sit on a throne shaped by centuries of fear, you inherit those fears too. Even Henry VIII, the bold, bullish, larger-than-life king, feared the sweat. He witnessed outbreaks firsthand. He issued sweeping orders to clear infected zones. At one point, he even stopped court entirely, refused to see ambassadors, canceled events, moved daily between palaces just to stay ahead of the rumor of fever. A man who created a new church because of his own ambition still flinched at a bead of sweat. Historians still debate whether later monarchs faced the same specter, whether Queen Elizabeth I, for instance, shaped her famously reclusive tendencies around outbreaks remembered from her childhood, or whether the silent protocols of later courts, those sudden disappearances from London, those mysterious retreats, were echoes of a disease long gone. Even today, royal households have protocols, contingency plans, not just for war or scandal, but for mystery illness, for sudden fever, for unexplainable death. In the corners of their medical logs, they don't call it the sweating sickness anymore, but they remember it. You glance back at the house. The firelight flickers in the window. Somewhere inside, someone is stirring tea, or watching the wind, or just listening for footsteps that never arrive. Maybe it won't return. Maybe the ghost truly faded with time. But that's the curse of memory. It doesn't need evidence to survive. Just a whisper, a damp sheet, a fast pulse on a quiet night. And so, kings, modern, confident, crowned by cameras instead of courtiers, still wonder, still fear, because they know the story you know now, that once, long ago, their power meant nothing in the face of a heat that rose from nowhere, drenched them in sweat, and took them before the crown even had time to slip. And even today, in their quietest dreams, that ghost still stands at the foot of the bed, watching, waiting, and reminding them that there are still things no bloodline can command. And now, as the light fades behind the trees and the chill begins to settle across your shoulders, you breathe deeper, slower. You let the edges of the story soften. The sweating sickness, with all its speed and mystery and fear, is far away now, tucked behind closed shutters, whispered in old halls, written in ink that has long since faded. You sit still. The breeze shifts gently. The stone beneath you is warm from the day. It's quiet here, not the heavy silence of fear, but the soft, earned kind. The kind that comes after the last candle is blown out, after the final footsteps have faded down the hall, You think about what it means to survive something that leaves no answers, to carry a memory, even when the body forgets. That's what the kings did. That's what the doctors did. That's what the people do now. And you've done it too. You've walked the sweating halls, sat at the edge of fevered beds, watched the fear in a monarch's eyes, and now you rest. Let your breath slow. Let your jaw unclench. Let the flickering thoughts curl downward like cooling smoke. There's nothing left to fear tonight. Only the soft hush of history exhaling, and the comfort of knowing that you are here, still, quiet now. Sleep well.